it's in.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you
Well,
for
it
the
doesn't
two
matter.
people.
It doesn't matter, but
Maggie,
I know
thank you
there
so
is a
much
way
for
to
the
do it.
$15. Travis, thank you so much for the 20. Again, everyone, 100% of the proceeds are going to relief funds in Palestine. Everyone. Again,
Yeah,
100% of the
exactly.
proceeds. None are going to me, everyone. Why are gifts
Okay.
turned off? TikTok has just been doing that recently. It's a glitch on TikTok chat. I don't know why.
Okay, let me check if it's working for them now.
For sure, for sure.
Um,
Again, if you do want to have a discussion, everyone, make sure to send a guest request. We're going to start getting people in a second. We're going to have like almost a full panel, everyone,
Yeah.
because I think we're going to have
And
maybe
remember,
four
everybody,
people or
too,
so.
we are the mods are being extra alert this live, and so anything that is perceived as a threat or violent or anything like that, you will get banned from this live. So be on your best behavior.
yeah. So any anti-Semitism, any Islamophobia, Arab phobia will be immediately muted.
Yeah.
And I think like only people who most likely are going to be on the pro-Israeli side should request. Because we're going to have this like set panelists for the Palestinian side. Once they come here, they're having a hard time the live is lagging for them.
Lydia, thank you so much for the $50 Venmo. Thank you so much again, everyone. 100% of the
W,
proceeds
Lydia.
are going to relief funds. Thank you for the subscription as well. Alexa, thank you so much for the $50 as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, they're having technical difficulties.
Okay.
And this is really, really odd for the live. I don't know what's going
Yeah, I
on.
know. This is odd. Camille, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much.
Also, until they come, I'll give like some rules. One rule would be no personal insults. Try to keep it as kind of like productive as possible. So just address the points, no personal insults, no ad homs. When you make a claim, cite the source, please, because Parker is going to moderate and mediate, and then Matt and I are going to try to fact check everything. So cite all your sources when you make claims, and then no steamrolling as well. No multiple claims at the same time.
Yeah, I think taking it one claim at a time is going to make sure that we have the most accurate information.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
a lot of lives have been doing like they make like 7 claims and you can't possibly like
they just yell.
claim.
Yeah, and we will be moderating that, everybody. Like if it starts getting crazy, we will shut it down to like restart it, everything to get it things back on track. Let's see.
All right,
okay,
everyone.
so the first person is
I
here.
do see Echo. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you can add them up, Athena. That's
Yeah.
That's actually perfect.
Hi, Echo.
Hi, hello. Sorry, I'm just.
Hi, nice to meet you.
I'm
Nice
just
to meet
cooking.
you.
2 seconds. Hi, hello to meet you too. Yeah, nice. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm just cooking.
For sure, for sure. Cecilia, thank you so much for the $10. Virginia, thank you for the $20 as well. Everyone, again, 100% of the proceeds are going to humanitarian like funds to help out people. So again, all of the proceeds, none are going to me today. Everyone on Cash App and Venmo, y'all, when it relates to that. All right.
Okay. Okay, so I think we can slowly start after Echo is done, because I don't know what's wrong with the second person, Hiba.
For sure, for sure.
Also, yeah. 1 second, I'll message you.
Yeah, absolutely. In the meantime, everyone, if you do want to help get the live out to more people, to get some good education, everyone, make sure to tap that screen and share the live, y'all. It does help get it out into the algorithm more and inform more people. So if you do want to do that, I am going to start recording. I am actually setting up my PC right now. My PC's been kind of shaky though. Hopefully it stays up the whole time. But I do want to make sure to get it all recorded and whatnot. Lex, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, everyone, you can share as many times as you want. You can copy link as many times as you want, and it helps keep the lives like more stable and send out to more people, y'all. Again, everyone, I'm going to be like moderating, so this is going to be different from like what you typically see here on my lives. It's not going to be like me debating like one-on-one normally. So again, I'm going to be moderating different types of debates and whatnot. Max, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. I appreciate it. This will likely be on YouTube later on. Yes, absolutely. That is where we can post the VODs, everyone. So if you do want to check that out, link tree in the bio, y'all.
Echo, when you're ready, just tell us. And also request.
I'm ready.
For sure.
Request only if you are on the pro-Israeli side, please.
All right, for sure. Is there someone that you would want to add up first, or do you just want me to like randomly select?
Yeah, I'm trying to ask the other person to request.
For sure. Oh, I meant like the people who are opposing.
Oh, opposing. Oh. I thought you were gonna add.
Oh yeah, no, I can add. Would you like me to add them now, or should I wait a few seconds?
Yeah, you can add them.
Okay, for sure. Let's just pick someone random here. All right. It is loading. What's up? Okay, for some reason this person is not loading in. We're gonna go to the next person real quick, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do have the ability to connect and to debate everyone, and you are on the pro-Israel side, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Who you talking to?
Hello?
You talking to me?
Yeah, how old are you?
33.
For sure. What are your opinions when it relates to the topic?
I just wanted to find out what people think a Zionist is, because I've been hearing a lot of weird stuff about Zionists. So I just came on to hear what people have to say about Zionists.
Yeah. So are you like the pro? Are you pro IDF or like particularly?
I'm just with my brothers, the Jewish people. IDF is an army that is used by the Jewish people at the moment to either attack or defend. So there's civilians being killed. Yeah, everyone's hurt by that. But I just keep hearing Zionists everywhere, satanic things, all these kind of weird stuff. I just wanted to know what everyone else is thinking. So,
I mean, I personally, I don't like to like think too much and give my own opinion about it. I'd like to, give you what early Zionists described it as, so we can refer to the writings of Theodorso, right? After the writing of Judenstaat, the Jewish state, he defines it, the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine. Now, the most important part of this ideology is the first bit, Jewish state, the important bit. In Palestine, how do you establish a state which favors one ethnic group over another in a place where people already exist? That's one of. Also, this objection is later on addressed in the writing of Jabotinsky. What is it? Sorry, repeat that.
Do you have Arabs living in Israel at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah, so then you think that ethnic cleansing would have started within Israel a long time ago? If that's what we're trying to do, trying to get rid of Arabs.
Happened multiple times, multiple eras at different magnitudes, and it's still ongoing to some extent in a lot of places. Like, for example,
it wouldn't be hard to do that.
We had the Nakba in 1948. If I could finish.
Let's let people talk one at a time. Echo first, and then we'll move on.
I thought I was speaking. Yeah. So in 1948, 80% of the Palestinian Arab population in Israel was depopulated. So when you say, oh, well, no ethnic cleansing happened, I don't know about that. Later on, we can look at what is going on now.
Again, I'm going to mute you if you don't let Echo finish.
So, for example, we can look at intentions of Israeli leaders now, where they openly say, and their plans have been leaked, and they're well documented, where they openly wish and want to ethnically cleanse Palestinians from Gaza into Egypt. That is an ongoing example. So when you say, oh, well, we could have done it, yeah, physically, you absolutely have the ability to do so. Political willpower and support from the globe, that's another case.
Echo, what is your sources? Because I said I was going to ask for sources when claims were being made. The people that you mentioned.
Oh, for which one? The plan about directing them to Sinai?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
They've said to Egypt that they can take the civilians from Gaza into Egypt because they're not allowing them into Israel.
Can you restate that claim again? Sorry, I don't think people heard that.
Yeah.
So the civilians, they haven't got anywhere to go to. So they've told Egypt, if you want to help them, you can let them into you to look after them, because Israel's going in to wipe out Hamas. But Hamas have got blockades in Gaza, not allowing people to get out, shooting at its own civilians. That's all been. There's footage of that right now. That's just come out this week as well. So.
Yeah, well, since I'm giving my source here's 2 articles, right? The first article is an article on AP News. An Israeli ministry and a concept paper proposes transferring Gazans from Gaza to Sinai. The other article is an article on the Times of Israel, where an intelligence ministry concept paper proposes transferring Gazans to Egypt Sinai. This is as of two weeks ago. Now, since I gave you a little source, can you give me a source in which Hamas in Gaza set up blockades and started shooting at people who wanted to leave? Please, tell me more about that. Because we know it was the other way around, where Israelis were ones who started bombing the evacuation routes in the south.
There's footage that I've seen.
Can you show
us this footage? Now, there's also one second. There's also voice recordings of Israeli army calling up citizens in Gaza.
That's not what we're asking for.
And
I'm asking, can you show me this footage? Is it in the room with us? Does it exist? Is it real?
Yeah, if you search on TikTok, I'm sure you're going to find. Search it on TikTok.
Yeah, well, if you search for what I gave, you would have found it. But I gave it to you. So can you please just give us a video? That's it.
I haven't got it with me, no. But you can. Whoever wants to search it can just go online and search it. It's not a big deal. The same way that you can search the footage of what they did when they came in. This is not what's happening now. Is a retaliation for footage.
Look up blockade evacuation routes, Gaza, and the articles you're going to get are of Israel bombing them.
Because maybe it's been flooded in the internet with blockades and stuff, but you can search it. There's 100% footage.
No,
there's also
that's
voice
not
recording.
The kind of blockade. I'm not talking about your. I'm not talking about your Wi-Fi cutting out because of a blockade. I'm talking about a physical blockade preventing Palestinians from evacuating. That exists.
I'm going to cut in here for a second.
In fact, there's Israelis bombing them.
Okay, I'm going to cut in here for a second to a fact check. For people, I think what you're referencing is the Rafah crossing, right? And it is true that the Rafah crossing, as of right now, is closed, and and that Egypt will not allow Palestinian refugees in.
No, he was referring to people evacuating.
Well, even evacuating the state of Israel.
I'll tell you what I'm referring to. I'm referring to when Israel call up and mention that they're going to be bombing a certain building or a certain area, and they've told people to leave, and then people are walking out with white flags, trying to walk out and being shot at by Hamas.
Okay, so you're not saying about them leaving. Okay, I get you.
That's what I'm referring to.
Tell us about it.
I can't show you because first of all, I'm in a conversation with you.
Well, you
But if you
can't
go
show
out
me,
of this
you can't tell me
conversation
about
and
it, but
search
like,
it online, I'll search it for you.
yeah, I mean, like, yeah, let's look up Palestinians shot evacuating, Palestinians killed evacuating. Oh no, all the articles are about Israel bombing it. Okay.
In the meantime, while people do look for sources, everyone, again, if you want to help get out to more people, everyone tap the screen, share the live as well. Everyone, again, the Cash Apps and the Venmos, 100% of the proceeds are going to humanitarian aid. So just letting everyone know, again, making that clear, y'all. It is also in the poll if you do ever want to click on that as well, y'all. I don't know if they would have heard you there.
Yeah, we can't. So when you're
No,
off the screen, we can't
please.
hear you, guest. But what I wanted to say is it's very important that for everybody else, when they're requesting now, like you have your sources ready.
The sources won't let me even put the comments down. But if you just type in on Google Hamas stopping, we're not dealing here with an army. Hamas is not an army. Hamas isn't. It doesn't matter if it's a Ynet article. It doesn't matter Times. If it's Al Jazeera, it doesn't matter what article it is. I'm just showing you that there is voice recording, but there's footage on TikTok.
No,
there is footage.
But then
if you have a look,
because like if you look it up, okay,
everyone
here's what you got. You get a Ynet article.
Okay, so are you trying to say that
we're all looking right now? Like we're all looking for what you're talking about.
Okay, so I think we should go. We should go one at a time here, real quick. I want to make sure to enforce that, so I'm going to enforce that continually here.
Yeah, please, person. I can't read your name. You made a bullshit claim. Can you please back up your bullshit?
All right, let's go this way. We're gonna start with Echo, and then we're gonna move on to Amhin. Right? Is that how you correctly pronounce your name?
I just want a source for his nonsense claim. That's all I'm asking for.
I've given you a source. I told you I can't post it on here. Go on Google and you'll find it.
Yeah, give me the name.
But just one moment. There's also footage online of the massacres that occurred just before this whole.
Okay, yeah, that's not what we're talking about.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that?
Yeah, are you going like, okay, we're not going to
1 second.
tiptoe around
I'm talking about 30 days
ago, just show us the footage. Yeah, it doesn't matter right now. Can you show me this footage of Hamas?
Let's let Athena eject real quick. Interject.
Yeah, I want to interject. So I looked it up. The only source that exists is the IDF. I can't find a video. And the IDF released supposedly audio of a man in Gaza telling an IDF officer that Hamas is blocking people from fleeing, and that's the only source that exists online. I couldn't find anything else, so just wanted to say that.
I mean, he has a article linked. He can't tell us its name. I mean, I don't know, man.
I said it's on Times of Israel. That's a newspaper in Israel.
Where?
No, we need the title, though. You can't just give the Times.
That's not what's its name.
Title of the article is IDF Gaza resident says Hamas preventing evacuations, and that's the main basis. And then you can also find articles from the Wall Street Journal and the Telegraph and other sources that are basically just reinterpretations of that piece.
Yes.
Yeah, IDF Gaza resident says Hamas preventing evacuations.
Yes,
yeah, once again, yeah, the IDF.
But is that a source? Is that good enough?
It is a source, but like if I tell you, Santa just wobbled into my bedroom and some way somehow ate my cookies, I am a source. Doesn't really mean you should take my testimony for shit. And this is the same case.
So if it comes from someone in Gaza, you'll be happy, yeah?
Yeah, if there's not anyone who says something once again.
So listen to the voice recording, and then you'll hear it.
So can you play the voice recording?
How do I know that person is Gaza?
But how do you know? I'm telling you that it is happening.
No.
How do you know that it isn't happening?
Hold on, wait. How do you know it's a person from Gaza?
Because you can, first of all, you can hear it on his accent. Second of all,
really, are you expert in Palestinian linguistics now? Like, do you know Palestinian accents now?
Yeah, I mean, I go to Israel quite a
Really?
lot.
What accent do I have? من وين أنا? أنا
You have a
فلسطيني
bit
من
of
وين?
an
What
Arabic
accent do I have?
accent. You have a bit of an Arabic
An Arabic
accent.
accent it's almost as if I'm a Palestinian Arab, right? It's crazy.
So all the Arabs are just gonna, they're just faking it. Half of the other Arabs are
No, we don't
are
all
not
have the
even
same
standing
accent.
with Gaza.
Obviously, you don't know what accent they have. You don't even speak the language, let alone have the
Are you of Middle
ability
East? Are you
to
from the Middle East?
differentiate. I'm Palestinian.
There you go.
Well, it's not the there you go you think it is.
I can't tell the difference between of a Saudi and a Palestinian. I'm just telling you of an
And yet you
Arab
can
accent.
tell a person is from Gaza through their accent, right?
He's talking in Hebrew, in Arabic, with an Arabic accent.
And
So
you can just tell that he's right.
you can tell the difference between an Israeli and an Arab talking. Yes, 100%.
So for example, it could be an Arab from, say, Israel itself, right? Could be a Druze Arab from Israel, for example.
Do you speak Hebrew?
No.
You don't.
No, I don't. Which is why I'm not going to sit here and tell you, oh, well, this guy is obviously from this kibbutz or from this settlement based off
Can I ask you,
the way his sound fluctuates.
As a Palestinian, do you live in Palestine?
Yes. I mean, not now. No, I actually moved out like a few weeks ago. Hashtag student, hashtag college, hashtag uni.
Okay.
I live in West Bank.
And as a student, were you allowed into Israel? Were you allowed to walk into Israel before all of this happened?
I don't study in Israel. I didn't study in Israel. I'm not in Israel.
Is there students from Gaza that go to study in universities in Israel? Before
I don't know. I can't think of a single person.
There's a lot.
Before all of this, I don't know.
And there's also
okay. Once again, I don't know why we have to keep switching topics. No. We'll switch back to this later. We'll talk about.
I'm trying to prove a point. I'm trying to prove a point.
Answer me, please. I simply want to know. Right? Can you show me this footage?
What footage?
You said there's footage of Hamas shooting Palestinians trying to escape.
Yeah, I can find it for you. I can find
Where is it? Because not even, by the way, these articles that you're quoting, none of them have footage of that happening. I hope you know that.
If I come out of this conversation, can you hear me?
No, if you pause out, we won't be able to hear you. You have to look at it and then come back.
Talking, I'm just gonna have a look at it and then I'll come back. Okay.
For sure. Is there another guest that would want to reference anything particularly? If not, I would like to be able to cycle.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one reference with regards to a claim that he made about Gazans going into Israel. Gazans cannot cross into Israel. They cannot even go to study in Israel. The only Gazans who are allowed into Israel are labor workers who receive some type of permit, and it's really hard to receive that permit. So I just wanted to correct that so people can't think that Gazans can go to Israel.
Yeah, Dr. John, did you have anything that you wanted to say?
Well, I first and foremost, I do want to thank our veterans today. Today's Veterans Day. So, I mean, if anybody wants some resources on where they can have free food, coffee, any of the sort, feel free to DM me. I'll be more than happy to guide you. And secondly, well, this is an extraordinarily complex situation. Because, I mean, we can go as far back as 1880s during the Sarsock purchases with the Sarsock family when 90,000 acres of land was purchased from the Sultan at the time, right? And the complex situation with this is that during the Ottoman Empire, the Sultan essentially owned all of the land. It wasn't like a capitalist nation.
Do you have a particular position on the matter that you could identify to us, or?
Oh yeah, I'm pro-Israel, but I do understand the situation that's happening to Palestinians, and as a Christian, my heart goes out to them because I think that what's happening to them is quite concerning. Do you have any other questions, or should I continue? And I'm sorry about the background music.
Yeah, is there a way you could get out of the place where there's music?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Give me a quick second. I'll just need a couple minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if they're in a grocery store. It sounds like a bar, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I actually have a question for you.
It's interesting.
What do you think is interesting, Echo?
I mean, he sympathizes with the people. It's concerning what is going on with them. All that, right? And at the same time, well, I am pro-Israel. Like, how does that make sense? Like, I feel bad for these people. What is going on to them is really bad. I feel so bad for them, blah, 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 blah. And at the same time, I support the people who do that to them. I don't know. It sounds a bit silly.
I just posted one link.
Links don't send.
Because if you post a link in the chat, we can't see it.
Yeah, we can't see it. We also can't click on it as well, even if it did show.
Go type onto YouTube, Hamas stopping Gazans.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's pull this up.
Specific fit mine?
All right, as well, everyone, if you do want to help get it out to more people, everyone keep tapping that screen, keep sharing the live. Let's get up to 150,000 likes. Keep sharing the live as well. We're at 1,000 shares. Let's try to get to 5,000 shares, everyone. You can copy link as many times as you want, everyone.
By the way, I thought you were gonna show us a video, right? But you go on YouTube. The first thing that has stopping Palestinians from leaving Gaza, blocking roads under southern Gaza. The IDF, literally, the source it quotes the IDF, the same as the articles, no different.
Yeah, and I just looked it up. Let me turn on my cam. It's literally like an IDF soldier.
But that's the Economist.
Explaining.
That's the Economist. They're explaining.
Yes, it's in the Economist.
They're not going to say. Yeah,
it's in the
they're explaining
Economist,
what's going on.
The idea.
Yeah, but it's just like literally the whole video is just like an IDF soldier with like a map behind him.
There's more videos anyway.
And not actual. No, but it's not actual footage being shown, you know?
Why is these fucking videos?
It's actually categorized as a spokesperson from the
you're
IDF.
Saying there's
Jonathan
videos
Contras.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I just want to throw something in. It's like President Biden saying...
waiting for the video of Hamas shooting Palestinians.
It's like President Biden saying that, oh, something happened, so it must be true. You know, it has to be independently verified just because somebody said something. If an IDF spokesperson says that, you know, the H group is is prohibiting civilians from escaping, how do we know it's true? Is there evidence? Has it been independently verified? Just because the IDF spokesperson said something does not make it true.
And
John,
I'll just say,
why are you pro-Israel? I wanted to ask you a question. Can you elaborate why you're pro-Israel?
Oh, you're asking me? Or you're asking someone else?
No, I'm asking you specifically because you said you empathize with the Palestinian people, but
yes,
you said that you were pro-Israel, so I wanted to know why you're pro-Israel.
Well, I mean, at the same time, we do have to understand the political landscape here. Right. I mean, I'm sure you've heard it 1,000 times. Israel is considered our most strategic ally in the Middle East. I mean, America has had many failed attempts at trying to find an ally in the Middle East, to the extent where we have set up proxy governments that failed. We have set up proxy paramilitaries that failed. We've attempted to overthrow governments that completely failed. I mean, the whole situation with Indonesia completely failed. Time and time again, we just constantly failed at trying to have a position in the Middle East the only thing that we currently have right now is Israel, right? So we're working with what we got at this point, you know. I mean, we do got to be concerned with our security interests, because not being involved in foreign affairs does pose a security threat for U.S. Americans. So, I mean, there's always that. So, I mean, I can't ignore the political position that we need to have over there, right? And Israel is making an effort to have peace talks and conversations with, for example, Egypt, who's not necessarily getting strictly involved, except for humanitarian aid and receiving Palestinians, right? There's Saudi Arabia, where the I think the prince or whatever, he has stated that he is going to continue peace talks even after the war, right? So I mean, Egypt, right? For example, they owe us $80 billion. We've given them $50 billion in military aid, $30 billion for economic well-being and humanitarian reasons, right? I don't see Jordan getting involved, except for no, I mean, I don't see Jordan getting involved, right? Because Jordan does have a peace treaty as well. And then the only reason why Lebanon is getting involved is because of Hezbollah, right? But it's not like the government has officially came out and said that we're going to get involved, except for when it comes to Hezbollah, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of things to take into consideration. And I also do believe that Israel does have the right to defend itself. So, I mean, there's that as well. Sorry if my answer was long-winded.
No, I just want to say too, you mentioned that you think that you mentioned something about I think it was the state of Israel trying to bolster peace talks, and we have tons of news sources. In fact, just today, the AP put out a report that Netanyahu himself said there will never be a ceasefire, never be a ceasefire. So I'm curious about where you're getting
that's a little bit of a deflection, but I'll take it.
How's it a deflection? I am directly pointing to your point that they want peace talks. The United States, Joe Biden has tried to get some peace talks, but Netanyahu has made it clear that he wants nothing to do with peace in the sense of this conflict.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Let me put it into perspective. You can't necessarily want peace with a small group of people if you can't attain peace with a larger group of people, right? I mean, let me put it like this. Is it better for you to make peace with Sally, or is it better for you to make peace with Sally's school?
Wait, hold on. I didn't hear what you said. Sorry. Repeat that one sentence.
Someone just left. Who was that?
All right. So you have specifically
the other person just left, so we'll just cycle the next person then.
Do you want me to mute for a second, or
no? You can keep speaking.
Okay.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, perfect.
Why did Matt leave?
I have a few things I'd like to pick out from what you said. Number one, your support for Israel has absolutely nothing to do with the people and everything to do with America's allyship with Israel and America having a physical presence in the region. Is that correct?
I mean, partially, yes. I mean, there's also my faith, right? I am a Christian, so I mean, you know, I'm not necessarily saying that this is the prophetic times, but there are a lot of things that I can't just ignore. You understand?
So what does your faith have to do with anything, considering you're talking to a Palestinian Christian myself?
I mean, I'm not really trying to bring up my faith, but if that's really the question...
you brought it up.
I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up. Yeah, I did bring it up. That is fair. So, I mean, essentially, as you know, right, we are essentially waiting for all the Jewish people, whatever you want to call them, whether it's the 12 tribes of Judah or whatnot, right, to return to a Jewish state, right? Israel has made many attempts, as you can see, starting from the inception of Israel, right, when they were having an issue with the USSR, because the USSR would not agree to send their Jewish people to Israel, right? There's a Havre agreement where a lot of people were quickly brought into Israel, right? I mean, there's the white papers where the British, you know, they've attempted to limit immigration of Jewish people into Israel, and Israel revolted against that, right? I mean, we all know about the Haganah, the Irgun, the Lehi, right? So, I mean, there's been a massive amount of attempts to get all the Jewish people into Israel, up into considering that half of the Jewish population globally is in Israel, right? So, I mean, a lot of hard things to just simply ignore as a Christian.
I'm not even going to get into the whole religious topic. If we want to get into that, I can get into that later.
I mean, you did ask. I'm giving an honest answer. I mean, you did ask.
I asked you about clarification on why you support Israel and regarding America's allyship, and that you support Israel because America needs to have a presence in the Middle East, and Israel is strategically the best place to have that allyship in the Middle East. But then you brought up religion. I didn't bring up religion. I didn't ask about religion. I didn't ask about your faith.
I brought up religion because I am a Christian, right? Okay. But then you did proceed to also ask right after I brought up my religion, and since I did bring it up, I did answer, right? So, I mean, to be fair, right?
I said, what does religion have to do with anything? I didn't want you to...
And I did give you an answer for that. I mean, to be fair, I did give you an answer for that.
It's a deflection. The next point that I wanted to bring up, you said that Israel has the right to defend itself, and I want to make this clear to everybody that's here. Yes, Israel does have a right to defend itself when it faces a direct threat from a sovereign nation. Sovereign nations include the United States, Lebanon, Syria, so on and so forth. However, Palestine is not a sovereign nation. The Palestinian territories are not sovereign. They're under direct occupation of the Israeli government. And let me pull up the source. And if you want to the moderators that want to fact check, you guys can fact check this as well. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the link. I have a lot of stuff open here. It's paragraph 139 from the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion that was released in 2004. I'm going to read it word for word. Sorry, I had to pull it back up. That's what it was called. Scrolling down, it's a long document.
Did you want me to respond to that, or are you still?
No. I'm actually just responding to something that you pointed out.
I'll wait. Okay, I'll wait. No problem.
Yeah,
I'll wait.
Mute your mic. Thank you. So under paragraph 139, it states, under the terms of Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations, quote, nothing in the present charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations until the Security Council has taken measures necessary to maintain international peace and security. End quote. Article 51 of the Charter thus recognizes the existence of an inherent right of self-defense in the case of armed attack by one state against another state. However, Israel does not claim that the attacks against it are imputable to a foreign state. The court also notes that Israel exercises control in the occupied Palestinian territories, and that, as Israel itself states, the threat which it regards as justifying the construction of the wall originates within and not outside that territory. The situation is thus different from that contemplated by Security Council Resolutions 1368 passed in 2001 and 1373 passed in 2001 as well. Therefore, Israel could not in any event invoke those resolutions in support of its claim to be exercising a right of self-defense. Consequently, the court concludes that Article 51 of the Charter has no relevance in this case. Now, this case was in regards to the construction of the apartheid wall in the occupied West Bank and around the Gaza Strip. And this sets precedent that Israel wanted to build those walls in act of self-defense because of direct threats coming from the Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. But we need to recognize that because this is a precedent that was set, any threat coming directly from the territories that the Israeli government occupies, Israel does not have a right to defend itself because they have direct authority over those territories. So whatever happened on October 7th, while some people may believe and may agree that Israel has the right to defend itself under international law, their reaction is not self-defense, but constitutes genocide. You have to be able to recognize that.
I mean, I'd be more than happy to give a response. What do you expect Israel to do after October 7th?
What do I expect Israel to do after October 7th? Recognize what led to October 7th. The history didn't start October 7th, right? What led to that?
I mean, if we're going to be honest here, son, right?
Don't call me son. That's pretty demeaning.
Okay, sir, right?
Thank you.
If we're going to be honest here, you got to be a little bit naive to think that you could just go into somebody's nation and just unalive whoever you want, and the next thing they're going to do is all say, well, this is what happened in the past 75 years, let's let it slide. Do you honestly believe that that is what was actually going to happen?
I don't see what your point is. The Israeli government, once again, the people that are coming from the Gaza Strip, majority of them are refugees from the surrounding towns that are occupied by the Israeli government within the proper borders of Israel. And the Gaza Strip is under occupation according to international law. So anybody that's crossing from the Gaza border into the Israeli border, into proper Israel, they're technically within the same property because Israel maintains occupation over both territories. So you're going into another country. It's not like the United States forcing their way into Mexico. Those are two independent sovereign nations. Palestine, the Palestinian territories are not independent, is not an independent sovereign nation.
Can I ask something on?
Yes, ma'am.
You said initially that Saudi Arabia didn't care and a lot of Arab countries also didn't care. I fact-checked that actually, even though you didn't give me a source. But that's not necessarily true. There was an Arab Islamic summit that was hosted by Saudi Arabia. And it called for the end of the war in Gaza. And they also condemned Israeli aggression on the Gaza Strip. They also tried to end the siege while trying to pressure Israel into allowing humanitarian aid into Gaza and halting all arms exports to Israel. They also even said that peace process or like peace discussions and agreement should be halted until a ceasefire is achieved. And this was a summit with 57 mostly Muslim majority states, including the Arab League as well. And I wanted to say one thing to the mods. Mute anti-Semitism or Islamophobia or Arab phobia, but don't mute anybody who says like pro-Israel or pro-Palestine. Don't mute those people. But anyway.
All right. So I never said that the other Arab nations don't care. I said that the other Arab nations are still considering peace talks with Israel. I mean, if you can tell me, I'm going to ask you a quick question. Give me a source that says that the Prince of Saudi Arabia does not want to continue peace talks with Israel. I'll wait.
Okay, I don't get why like we're switching topics. Like Rani asked the point about self-defense, and now you want to talk about the Prince of Saudi.
She brought it up. Respectfully, she brought it up. That's why. I didn't bring it up. She did.
Respectfully, even before she brought it up, you responded to Rani's question with a question.
I was responding, but then she interjected and gave her response. So now I'm asking her to counterfeit, right? I'm giving her a response to what she just told me, and she was the last person that spoke.
Until she gives you a response, can you address Ronnie's point, please? Why does Israel reserve the right to self-defense?
My apologies, but in order for me to address Ronnie, right? Look, it's not my fault that Kimberly and Possible decided to make a point. It's not my fault, right? So I have to address Kimberly. Yeah, and then I can address Ronnie. That's how this works.
I wasn't making a point. I was simply fact checking. That's all I'm going to do here. I'm only going to fact check.
Yes, ma'am. But I also asked you to counter fact check.
Wait, hold on. I've been Matt and I have been fact checking everybody in this box, and therefore you made some claims, and I just wanted to fact check those claims. I did not make my own claim.
I reiterated my claim, which is that Saudi Arabia did not stop wanting to have peace talks with Israel. And my
this
claim
has nothing
was
to do.
Arab
I'm gonna
nations
interject.
surrounding
This has nothing
Israel
to do. This
want
whole
to have peace
conversation.
talks with Israel.
Okay, I'm gonna
Now,
interject.
if
This
you made the
has
claim that
nothing
that's
to do
not the
with
case,
Saudi
I
Arabia.
would like you to supply some evidence.
Now let's get back to what I was talking about. You still have yet to answer my
Sorry,
question.
Ronnie, I can't.
Definitely.
I can't get
Yes,
back
you
to what
can.
you're talking
Yes, you
about
can.
unless
It's a
Kimberly
deflection. It's a
decides to give a
deflection.
response
It's a deflection.
and fact check
She's
what I'm
not
saying. I
debating.
can't. I
She's not-
apologize, Ronnie.
She's a moderator. She's not debating. She's a moderator. She's moderating and fact checking for
They
us.
Okay,
suspended
well, then
peace talks.
then I'm
But
going
they
to fact
suspended
check
peace
this.
talks.
Hold on. Yes, I'm going to fact check
Okay,
this. And
here's an
this
article,
should
by the
answer your
way.
question.
Here's an article.
Yes.
Here's a source. Here's a source, by the way. The Jerusalem Post. This is October 14th, 2023. Saudi Arabia reportedly suspends peace talks with Israel in the wake of war with Hamas. So I don't get what your point is. They put
And
it
even
on
if you
ice,
don't
they
trust
delayed
the,
it, whatever.
and if you want a more shall we say international one, both the AP and Reuters also say that from October 13th, Reuters says that Saudi Arabia puts Israel deal on ice amid the war. Sources say.
Yes, but it did not cut ties completely. That's still not what I'm saying.
Never
I'm
had
gonna
any
reiterate
formal
what I
ties in
said.
the first place.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
the
reiterate
very
what I
first
said.
line, the very first line of the Reuters article says that Saudi Arabia is putting ice to normalize ties. That means they had no ties to begin with.
I'm going to reiterate what I said, right? Because I understand that they don't have ties because the Abraham Accords were not completed at the time, right? So I understand Jared Kushner did not complete the Abraham Accords, right? Trump was not reelected, so he was not in charge of foreign affairs, so he could not have completed the Abraham Accords, right?
I'm sorry, I wanted to redirect the conversation back again. Can you please respond to what Ronnie said initially with regards to self-defense and right to self-defense? Let's
I'd be more than
not
happy
go
to.
into anything else.
Fair enough. All right. So, Ronnie, I just asking you again, right? What kind of logical response, right? Not a fairy tale response, a logical response, do you expect after October 7th? I'll wait.
Don't you think it's a little naive to think that you can just attack the Israelis on October 7th? I mean, you think it's naive to think that you can attack the Israelis on October 7th, right? But it's naive to also think that you can maintain a 75-year-long occupation without any
You're
resistance.
twisting my words, but that's fine.
Nope, I'm not twisting any words.
Yes, you are. Yes,
I'm
you are.
not.
If you allow me to explain why, I'll be more than happy to tell you to. The reason why you're twisting my words, and then I'll reiterate my statement, right? My statement was, it's a little bit naive to think that Israel would not respond to October 7th. It's not naive to think that I can't say so H group, right, or Hamas, right? It's not naive to think that Hamas would attack Israel, right? They've been doing it since inception, right? It's expected. It's naive to think that Israel wouldn't respond. That's what I want an answer to. What kind of logical response do you expect?
You're still not addressing. You addressed my point with a question.
Okay,
Without
I'll tell you.
making
All
the
right, so
fact.
I'll
I
answer.
just
Right?
brought straight facts. and
We'll
you're
answer
addressing it
because
with a
you don't
question.
like the answer with the question. I understand. I'll answer. Israel has a duty to protect its constituents. If there is an FTO,
Yeah, you have to be more specific. You have to specify Jewish constituents.
all right, Jewish constituents. Even though it's very strange because there's also Christians and Muslims down there, but that's fine, right?
And they don't hold that same duty to them.
All right, but there are still Christians and Muslims out there, but that's fine, right?
But they don't hold the same duty to them, once again.
Fair enough. Your perspective, your opinion, that's fair.
Not an
Respect.
opinion.
No, it's literally written in law, by the way. Like nation state law, it explicitly says this is a Jewish state. It's built for the Jews. Jews have a unique right to self-determination. But back to the topic, yeah, self-defense.
Yeah, because
Self-defense,
you are
please.
you are kind of switching things around a bit, right? So the point that I was making, right? Israel has a duty to its citizens to protect them. If there is an FTO that is risking the safety of its citizens, it's Israel's responsibility to respond. It's naive to think that they would not. Because at that point, what you're actually allotting for is more of October 7th. And the leader of Hamas has said it several times that he will do it again and again and again. So at this
Literally
point,
never said that. Literally never said that.
He
They
did.
actually came out and said they actually came out and said that they had no knowledge about this and that this was a military
He was
branch
interviewed.
operation.
I have a shot of the interview where he said that it's his responsibility to annihilate Israel. I have a screenshot in his interview where he stated it.
Can you tell me which leader, please?
Yeah, I'll be more than happy to. Hold on, I'll get my screenshot.
Yeah,
You got a screenshot. Can you also tell us what the source is so I can? I think you were talking about the source yesterday from Memory TV, and that source is an Israeli-funded organization, and it's been found that they actually mistranslate a lot of the things because they're pro-Israel. Let's just put that out there. But yeah,
So I'm gonna ask you to prove that he did not say that.
Sorry. Okay, hold on. How do we prove he did not say that? The responsibility is on you to prove he did.
I have
You
a
don't
source that
respond
states that he
to. Hold
did.
on, wait. If people
You're
ask me a
saying he
question,
didn't.
hey, bro, can you prove? And you say, oh well, can you disprove it?
No,
what?
because I can prove it, but now you're countering my source, right?
so prove it. So
We
show the
haven't even
source.
seen your source.
He mentioned memory, so he obviously knows about my source.
I said if it is. Show the
It is
source.
memory, yes.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to prove what you just said, which was memory.
Show
is
us
known
the
to
video.
these trans-
Tell us the name of it
Show
at
us the
least.
video. I'm just saying the source itself, the whole organization
That's right.
is biased. But
That's
show
right.
us the actual source where he says that explicitly.
So you want me to show you the source that you already know about? Fine, I'll do that.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then we can translate.
I heard Blitz. You wanted to address something.
Yeah, this whole. By the way, is my microphone buzzing? I'm trying a new setup, and I want to make sure that okay, we're good.
It sounds good.
Okay, good. Yeah. So this argument that was made about self-defense is just from an objective point of view, it's just like a dog shit argument. And that's because it relies on a legalistic definition when everybody here would recognize that if, for example, the United States, if there was within the United States, if there was some sort of armed militia or something that attacked government, whatever, or attacked citizens, you might not be able to legally call it self-defense from a sovereign nation, but you could 100% call it self-defense in a colloquial sense. You might just call it legally, maybe it's a police action or something to crack down on that kind of thing. But if that's how Israel's viewing it, whether or not you want to call it self-defense against a sovereign action, against a sovereign entity, it doesn't matter. They are responding to a violent attack against their people. Now, whether that's justified is a different question, but this legalistic argument's really shitty.
No, it's not from a legal perspective. He was talking about attacks in which they originate from a territory they occupy. So a legal definition.
Okay, then then it's just a police action, or it's a quelling of a rebel uprising. It doesn't matter where the attacks are originating from. We all know what's happening here. They are responding to a perceived threat.
Wait, can we let Echo
No,
respond,
it does. Okay, so listen to what I said very slowly. Let me repeat it once again. It's illegal since it is a legal standard. The legal standard says they're not entitled to a right to self-defense because the attack is originating from a territory they illegally occupy. If I, for example, walk into your cute little bedroom and I decide to squat in your apartment, I am the aggressor in this case. I don't have the right to self-defense when you attack me back. And that is the same case applied, legally speaking, that is. This is forgetting morals and this is forgetting whether it's justified or not. This
Right. But my point, right, and whether disregarding the legality of it, that's not really relevant, right? You can't say, oh, it's not technically self-defense because you're occupying it. We know why they're doing it, right?
What is relevant?
The justification is that there were civilians killed. They don't care whether they call it self-defense or anything, right? So all I'm saying, and I'm not even pro-Israel, but like this legalistic argument is just really shitty.
What is I mean, we
if you're trying
much shitty, and then you're saying, well, it's irrelevant, and then we're refusing to say what is relevant.
No,
what is relevant? If it's the legal definition,
so if you're
relevant,
okay,
the
so
justification for it isn't relevant. What is relevant?
Can you let me finish? So you brought up this self-defense business because I think Dr. John said something like, "Oh, it's self-defense. What do you expect?" When he was saying it was self-defense, he wasn't saying, "Oh, it legally meets the requirements of Article 51 of the UN Charter." He was saying that they are responding to a threat. Yes, and it's this. Yeah, and that's in a colloquial sense. If that's not obvious, I don't know what to tell you.
So I was the one that actually up here to like explain on his behalf what he meant when he clarified on it. So I don't get your point.
No, I think that I just think that the argument that you're making is not responding to what he's saying.
It in Gaza. That's exactly what we're doing.
Wait a minute. Do you think that somebody has a right to self-defense if they are attacked, regardless of who's doing the attacking?
Actually, no. I don't believe everyone is entitled to a right to self-defense. No one believes everyone has the right to self-defense. Of course not. No.
Can I give an example? Hold on. I'm gonna talk for a second. I was the one that addressed John. I'm not gonna call him a doctor. I was the one that addressed John's point that Israel has the right to defend itself, and under legal standards, Israel does not have the right to defend itself if it's coming from an attack from within the territories it occupies. For example, in the state that I live in the United States, I don't have the right to defend myself in my own home if somebody breaks in. Okay? So that precedent has been set within the United States where I don't have the right to self-defense in my own home. So, correct. Israel in its own home does not have the right to defend itself if somebody attacked within their own home.
Okay, can we just address, by the way, there are going to be people who are going to say I'm super pro-Israel, whatever. I'm not even pro-Israel. I'm anti-shitty arguments. The argument that seems like it's being put forward here is that Israel has no right to respond in any regard. I'm laying it out now, please let me finish. The argument that's being laid out here, this legalistic argument, is equivalent to the argument that Israel has no right to make any sort of response regardless of the actions taken against the citizens of Israel or whatever by anyone in Gaza. That statement alone is absurd. So clearly, everybody here can agree that we have to be able to understand that some sort of response is warranted. It maybe the response that they've taken is horribly overstated, and it's arguably genocide if not ethnic cleansing. I don't know what TikTok rules are, but to say that no response is warranted because it's not self-defense it's deranged.
Okay, once again, we're arguing it from a legal perspective, and we're saying they're not entitled to self-defense because it's a territory they occupy.
Okay, let me ask you this: if they had killed 300,000 civilians, would they be entitled to anything?
That is the case.
Yes, that's all I'm talking about. If 300,
hold on, let me finish, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could finish, please, because we are talking about, once again, a territory they occupy. Once again, like if I, for example, walk into Ronnie's beautiful home, right, with a lot of cute little family members of mine, and I sit with my family members there, and I occupy it, right? It doesn't matter whether he attacks one of the family members settling on his land or 100. Right? I'm still the settler. I'm still the one attacking his home, trespassing. I'm still the one doing all that. And that is the main principle within this point. Israel has no right to self-defense if it is originating from a territory that they occupy. I don't know why it's so difficult to grasp this concept. It's very simple.
Okay, so maybe we just are talking past each other. Can we run our hypothetical here? Suppose for a moment that the October 7th attack was incredibly successful in one sense of the word. Let's say that 100,000 civilians or just Israelis have been killed. Should Israel have legal right to do anything to respond?
Should or what? Or do? What? Should they is a different topic. We're going to talk about whether the laws in effect right now are good or not. But we're saying do. Right? Limits does not matter. They can wipe out the entire state. It's originating from a territory that they occupy. I don't understand how many times we have to.
I don't think that would hold up in a court of law.
It's originating from a territory they occupy. Well, you can.
I don't think that would hold up in a court of law.
But it did. You can actually look up the International Court of Justice.
Can you give me that paragraph that you mentioned the other day? Can you? Because I was trying to pull it up, but I couldn't pull it up because you mentioned it too quickly. I'd like to pull it up though, the one that you brought up.
Paragraph 139 of the International Court of Justice's advisory.
Barely hear you, you're muffled.
There's a lot of loud.
Oh, sorry, that's me. I thought I muted myself.
Ronnie, we can barely hear you. You're
Can you hear me?
muffled.
Can you hear me?
Matt has it, by the way, Blitz.
Okay. It's paragraph 139 of the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion on the legal consequences of the construction of a wall in the occupied Palestinian territories. Full text. You can find this on the United Nations website under the question of Palestine. They have the full advisory opinion laid out.
What was the paragraph?
Paragraph 139.
All right, one sec. I'm pulling it up. Or does
I read it out.
Hey, Blitz, can I?
I know I didn't catch all of it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sure. I'll pull it up that way.
Okay.
DM it to me.
Because and the only reason I'm asking for this is because if the position is that Israel is not able to take any responses to any sort of violence, I think that we shouldn't take that seriously as far as law goes.
No one said that. We're talking once again.
That was the hypothetical I just gave.
Once again,
that was the hypothetical I just gave.
Territory they occupy, an attack originating from a territory they occupy, they do not have the right to self-defense. Period.
Again,
That's
they
it.
have the right to self. They have the right to.
Ronnie, do you want to repeat it 5 more times? Kimberly, you might want to repeat it.
Wait. But didn't you address the hypothetical or no?
No. Israel has the right to defend
I
itself.
said they don't have the right to self-defense. It's a territory they occupy. Once again, how many times do we have to repeat this?
I will clarify.
Okay, Blitz.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the message.
Check Discord.
Oh, Discord. Okay.
Can you send it to me, Parker? But Ronnie, your mic is very muffled.
I'm doing it now.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Now we can hear you better.
Okay. Just to clarify one more time, as I said earlier, when I brought up paragraph 139, Israel has the right to defend itself from an attack or from a threat from a sovereign nation. The Palestinian territories under international law are recognized as occupied and therefore is not a sovereign nation. And Israel does not recognize them as a sovereign nation. They are under Israeli occupation, both the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. So they do not, under paragraph 139, they don't have the right to defend themselves.
I think we need to repeat it.
Well, okay, so for...
So let's say Lebanon came in from the south, defend themselves because it's coming from a south nation. But Israel doesn't have a right to defend themselves if it's coming from the Gaza Strip or the West Bank. This precedent has...
Well, so hold on. If we're doing a close reading of paragraph 139, it specifically says Israel could not in any event invoke those resolutions in support of its claim to be exercising a right of self-defense. That doesn't say that they cannot make a right of self-defense claim, right? It is saying that this resolution cannot be used to support its claim. If we're being particularly careful here. Anyway, the point I came up here to make is that a legalistic argument is not super relevant here. What's super relevant is whether or not we can justify actions. Now, the actions that Israel has taken are abhorrent, but we can't say that no actions are justified. Some actions are justified. The question is what are those actions?
Oh my God. Okay. So you said a legal argument is relevant, a moral argument, we don't want to make that, a justification for it, we didn't want to make that, and now we're coming back to it. Yeah, let's argue whether it's justified.
I'm sorry. I've been at a moral argument this whole time.
Is it justified for a state which is built on the disenfranchisement of the people that it currently occupies and is currently fighting? Is it morally justified for them in benefit of their ethno-state, in benefit of the settlers in these territories that they occupy? Once again, at the expense of the local people? Is it justified for them to go and bomb 10,000 civilians? I think
I never said it was. Wait,
no,
Echo.
Some
You're putting words in my
Some
mouth.
actions you can justify if they. Yeah, I never said you said that, but relax. If they, for example, right now want to drone strike the leadership of Hamas and Qatar, go ahead. But they're not doing that. Nothing of what they're doing is about that. And since that is the majority of deaths, I don't get what your point is. They might have killed a soldier or two, therefore, question mark? Like, I don't get what your point is. It's a shitty argument, but you seem to have no response to it.
No, okay. My argument is that using a legalistic argument when somebody says, oh, they have the right to defend their people is disingenuous and shitty. It's a shitty argument. We should be like, when we're talking about, like, we're not lawyers, we're not part of the UN. When we're talking about what should or should not be allowed to be done, we're talking about morals here. And so when we say, like, you know, if I'm like living in the United States, I don't live there now, but if we say, you know, if somebody breaks into my home and tries to, I'm not saying that's analogous, I'm just using it as an analogy. If somebody breaks into my home and tries to hurt me, I have the right to defend myself. We're not saying that this is what the law says. We're saying that there is a moral statement.
That I have stolen and I have killed the entirety of, the majority of the people.
I wasn't using that to describe what.
It's a very
Echo.
example. That is what is going on.
Echo.
So, Dr.
I wasn't using that as an analogy for what's actually happening.
Okay.
I was just using it as an analogy for morals versus legalism.
I don't get what your point is. We're talking about what's actually happening. Like, I don't get what your point is.
Echo, استنى شوية. So morally, sure. Yeah. Everyone should be able to have the right to defend themselves. Legally, they don't. Okay? Even President Biden.
That's not the case, Irani. Not everyone has the right to self-defense. If I walk into a fucking family of 4 and I shoot 2 of them, do I have the right to defend myself if the dad picks up a bat? Fuck no, of course not. Not even legally is that the case, and this is the case with Israel. Like, sorry, Blitz, do we have to repeat it for the 14th time now? I don't get the point. It's a shitty argument because in some cases you can think why it's not the case, blah, 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 blah. But in this case, we are talking about this case. Let's focus on this case. We're talking about Palestine, Gaza, Hamas, Israel. Let's focus.
And when John brought up the right to self-defense, I had indicated that you have to understand what happened before October 7th. History didn't start in this region on October 7th. You have to understand.
Obviously.
You have to understand what led to the attack and what led to Palestinians in the Gaza Strip to be pushed into a corner. You have to understand the history.
Obviously, this is obvious. The point I'm getting at is that okay, well, it's obvious to me, fine. The point I'm getting at is that, and again, I feel like I'm repeating this for the 4th time. When somebody says that Israel was...
times, it's okay.
Okay, then I'll repeat it for the 51st time, right? Namely, when somebody says that it is reasonable for Israel to respond in one way, perhaps due to, and maybe they use the phrase self-defense, to say that no, they shouldn't respond at all because of this legal claim is absurd. Okay. Now, you can make the argument that they responded inappropriately. Sure, I will grant that. I will grant that 100%.
You can make a moral claim that they're not, because whatever response that they're going to have is going to be in aiding an ethno-supremacist state, something that I think most of us would consider immoral. We can make that argument. We can make the argument that because of the way the IDF operates, and because of the way that it doesn't matter whether they're civilians or not, they're going to be killed anyway. We can talk about how it, as a state, their entire military is built on this concept. So expecting them to operate rightfully is stupid. It's ridiculous. I don't go and tell a bear who, feeds on people all day, hey, I think you should eat blueberries for today.
Okay, so just so I can figure out make sure I can establish what your position on this is. Do you think that as a sovereign country, which we recognize Israel is, whether or not you agree that it should be, it is a country, do you think that that as a country, there is any action that could be taken against them that Israel, internally, that Israel as a country should be able to respond to?
Yes.
Like?
For example, if they decide to right now go to war with, say, let's pick a country. Yeah, if they decide to go to war
I said internally. I said internally.
Internally within Israel? Yeah, well, it's no longer a matter of self-defense or a matter of an occupation, like what we are talking about once again. It's a matter of civil disobedience, or, in one case, a civil war, which is not what we're talking about once again.
Wait, so you didn't answer my question.
Is there an action in which they, within their own state, they have a right to defend themselves against?
Yes.
Yeah, for example, if the religious far-right fascists right now want to overthrow the government, even though it's already far-right fascist, let's assume it's a secular one, I think the state would have the right to do that. Why? Because I'm a consequentialist, for example. But I don't know why we're going to make a moral claim about a separate case when we have a case to look at already, once again.
Okay, so here's my point. Here's my point. So presumably, you don't think that any action by Israel after October 7th is justified, correct?
No one said that.
Okay, do you think that any action is justified?
In Gaza? Probably not, no. I can think maybe legally speaking, morally speaking.
Yes, I'm asking morally speaking.
Yeah, sorry, give me 2 seconds. Let me see.
Sorry, what?
For example, legally speaking, of course not. But if
I'm asking morally speaking.
Morals, I know. But if we're going to argue morality of it, because me, for example, I'm a consequentialist. If they respond and we know that the response is going to end up in more harm than October 7th could ever, then of course, no, they have no right to it.
Okay, now let me not change the hypothetical. Ask a hypothetical. Let's say that instead of however many, whatever the number is for the number of civilian deaths in Israel, let's say it was 100 times that. Would then Israel have any moral justification for any sort of action in Gaza?
Did you listen to what I said?
I'm just seeing where your red line is.
Yeah, but did you listen to what I said?
Yeah, you said that they do, that you don't think that they do because the IDF is incapable of doing anything in any sort of careful way.
Mm-hmm. And would there ever be a proportional response to 250,000 Israeli civilians dying?
That's what I'm asking you. Do you think that any action is justified? Is there an action that Israel could take that's justified?
Once again, I already said this, I think for the 10th time now, right? Because there is always going to be a disproportionate response. And because I am, for example, a consequentialist, I'm not going to speak on anyone else's morality, it is a moral.
Okay, so just to be, and I think that this is just an absurd position, even from somebody who's like a consequentialist.
It's an absurd position.
Well, hold on.
It's a position about a hypothetical of 100 times a death toll, which is already going on.
Yeah,
That's a million people, by the way.
Okay, so let's say a million. Let's say a million people were unalived. You don't think there's any justified action Israel could take in that regard in Gaza?
Did you listen to what I just said?
No, I'm reiterating what I think that you said. Is that your position?
So I'll repeat once again. I think you misunderstood for the 100th time what I said, right? If they
I thought it was 10th.
Are acting in the manner that they have always acted, then of course not. If they suddenly decide to become the moral authority of the world, then I think anyone would have the right to self-defense in that case. But they're not. Like, I don't get what your point is. Let me give you an example of what, your whole question is, right? Let's make this hypothetical in which Israel is the moral player in this, and Israel is not the ethno-state, Israel is not the apartheid state. Let's remove all of the bad of Israel, right? And let's assume that they were an innocent state that were attacked. Would they have the right to self-defense? That is essentially the question you're asking. And then assuming that, for example, 1 million people died. 1 million.
That's not what I'm asking.
That is exactly
that's specifically
what
not
asking.
what I. No, I'm not. I'm asking. Even given
1,000 people responded, do you think if 1 million Israelis responded now, how do you think the Israelis are going to respond? If 1 million Israelis died
so
right now, how do you
the
think
question that I asked, there'd probably be nukes dropped, to be honest.
Would there ever be an action in which they were justified? I said theoretically, yeah. Practically, looking at the way that they have acted.
That's all I wanted.
No.
Okay, fine.
Yes, great. Please go write it down in your notebook that someone said that maybe one day, if they're nice people who throw away everything they've stood for the past 75 years. They have the right. Like, are you familiar with the Samson option, Dr. Blitz?
Tell me about it.
Yeah, the Samson option is exactly what you're describing, right? If Israel ever loses that many casualties, or if Israel feels that it is threatened to that extent, their intention is to wipe everyone around them out. It's called the Samson option. That is why they have their nukes, which is, for example, what was proposed in Yom Kippur in 1973 when the Egyptians advanced into Sinai and reclaimed territory. That was theirs, by the way. The Israelis threatened to nuke Egypt. When, by the way, we're not talking about millions of people dying. We're not talking about hundreds of thousands dying. We're talking about hundreds. They threatened to nuke Egypt. And they got the U.S. to aid them with the newest weaponry at the time at that threat. So once again, this cute little hypothetical of yours, it's irrelevant. We're talking about what is going on. I don't get what your point is.
So my point is that it, and maybe it's just a pet peeve of mine, but people say things like, oh yeah, there's no response that was justified whatsoever. And I think that that's absurd. And I think that any reasonable person thinks that's absurd.
Great. Good job. Yes. Are we done? Like, I don't get it. How many times do I have to keep repeating this? If they drop everything they've stood for and they drop everything their state has been about for the past 75 years, I could think of a few instances. Yeah, maybe. But is that the case? Fuck no. We're talking about right now. I don't know why we have to go into like theoretical moral dilemmas and strawman every position that we've held for the past hour just so you could walk away with, okay, well, I think that position is a bit absurd. Are we done? I don't get it. Did we solve your pet peeve?
I think we've been on this for a while. I think maybe a better question would be as well, since we're arguing Israel's rights to defend itself, maybe we could also think about Palestine's right to defend itself, because in all of these conversations, we were always talking and addressing and discussing Israel's right to defend itself, but we don't necessarily hear about Palestine's side or Palestinians' right to defend themselves. I just wanted to kind of address that, so it's not so one-sided.
Yeah, I think that they have a right to defend themselves. I don't think that's as contentious as you thought.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's clear. I mean, they have. I also think they have the right to defend themselves. Right. I think that. But the issue here is that the way they went about it wasn't actually very smart. It was actually quite silly to just go into their land and insinuate a response, expecting that there would be a ceasefire. Because I mean, you can tell that H Group's been expecting a ceasefire for quite some time, to the extent that they're willing to release 50 hostages in the hopes that they would have just a 5-day ceasefire. It's also quite obvious that, I mean, at least politically speaking, they did make the attempt to appeal to essentially the planet, right? An emotional appeal essentially to the planet, saying, hey, look at what's going on, right? But then when you have rocket sites coming out of schools, I mean, it's very difficult to make a moral argument for those individuals, right? Especially when you have the son.
We just made a
when you have the son. I'm not done yet. When you have the son of the H group going on national television saying, hey, like, this is heinous. I mean,
great. The son of the H group. Like, is there like an H group mother and an H group father? That sounds a bit silly. You're talking about Musab Hassan Yusuf. Musab Hassan Yusuf was a member of Hamas until he worked with Israeli intelligence and fled the country. I don't get how he's the most relevant source about what is going on in Gaza right now. He's not a military analyst. He's definitely not a human rights lawyer. The most that this guy has done is written a memoir thrown out the window by a lot of Israeli intelligence officers. Even the deputy of the Shin Bet at the time said that, who does this guy think he is? James Bond? Because his book is complete bullshit. No one could have done all of that. So it's either that we take that, or we take the NGOs on the floor right now, or on the ground right now, in which they talk about what is going on. 10,000 plus civilians, 4,500 plus children. And your argument right now is, okay, sorry, let's listen to the son of Hamas. That's your argument.
Not necessarily. My argument is that it was quite foolish to think that you can just go into sovereign land.
But you said Palestinians have a right to self-defense, right?
Right, but I'm also saying that the way they went about it was quite foolish.
Hold on. What right of self-defense do Palestinians have? Is it armed resistance? Is it protesting in the streets?
But again, I'm telling you.
Listen. Answer the question.
Okay.
Answer the question. The Palestinian right to self-defense, is it armed? Is it peaceful? What right, and how does it extend?
I mean, as far as I understand, a peaceful right to protest, right, is the one that's going to attribute to the least amount of consequences.
No,
I mean,
actually, no. Let's look at the March of Return 2018, right? In 2018, the March of Return, Palestinians protested peacefully at the border. They had songs, they had books, they read songs, they had campfires, they had all of these things. How did the Israeli government respond? By killing 200 plus Palestinians, civilians who were protesting, where they shot nurses, where they shot journalists, where they shot doctors, where they shot children.
But again, it wasn't
John, there's no way to justify that.
No, I'm not saying that there's any way to justify that, right?
Yeah, you know, it's really
I'm
bad.
not trying to justify the situation. I think it's quite apparent and it's really obvious.
I'm not a liberal.
No, I understand. Look, it's really obvious.
And what's wrong with liberalism?
I apologize.
It's cringe. It's cringe, Parker.
Yeah, I need the argument.
You will get
I'm a
canceled,
Republican,
Parker.
so. But I mean, I think it's quite ludicrous, right, that you think that Israel's response to October 7th is to send you a bunch of roses over Gaza. I mean, that's what you're saying. You essentially want Israel to dump a whole bunch of roses.
No one made that claim. No one has that expectation of Israel. I'm so sorry for your
occupation. I apologize.
No, but no one has that expectation of Israel. I don't expect anything from Israel. This is exactly what I expect from Israel. This is exactly what I expect from Israel. This is exactly what everyone expects from Israel. A state which has done this for the past 75 years. We expect this from them. But
so
just because it is the case it is, does not mean that it's acceptable or that it's moral or it's justifiable.
Dr. John, do you agree with Echo that the appropriate response is to dump a whole bunch of roses on top of Gaza?
What are you on about, bro? I'm sorry.
So let me reiterate your response just to make sure I'm quite clear on this, right?
Yeah.
I said.
Wait, were you referring to yourself there?
No, I was referring to...
Yeah, that was very confusing.
Yeah, I was like so confused. I was like... I was
referring to Dr.
really confused.
But hold on. Trying to remain on topic, right?
Yeah,
Dr. Blitz and Echo, right? I'm just, first and foremost, Echo, I want to confirm your response, right? I want to confirm your response.
Confirm it, please.
You think that that an appropriate response is to fly over Gaza with a bunch of roses and a whole bunch of letters saying I'm sorry?
No one even close to fucking mention that. Of course not. No.
Yeah, no. That's
appropriate response would not be wasting that much roses. Honestly, throwing it over a city. I think you're better off, feeding them to turtles or whatever. I don't know who.
All right. So I just want to confirm.
Maybe giving them to like pretty women. Who knows? Right. But that is definitely not the way to go. A way to go would
or pretty men.
Okay, so
whatever you like.
So that my secondary question,
pretty they dems.
Is what kind of logical response do you expect after October 7th? What is the most logical thing that is expected to happen here?
Okay, the most logical one being the most moral action.
I'm strictly talking about logical here.
Okay, I don't think you understand logic, but that's okay. The case in this, right, the most logical, I assume you'd mean the expected one. The expected one is exactly this. Israel will take this as a chance to genocide Palestinians because, hey, they have the backing of the Western government behind them. It doesn't matter whether billions of people disagree with them. It doesn't matter whether one of the biggest protests in London's history and the UK's history happens in opposition to it. That doesn't matter. What matters most is the fact that they have Western governments behind them.
Okay, all right. So, Dr. Blitz, because I think I might get somewhere with you, right?
Oh my God, please.
Maybe.
I apologize, Echo, but you seem a little bit ludicrous, right? I mean, you were arguing with Dr. Blitz for at least 30 minutes.
You referred to yourself, and then you misunderstood your own question.
No, look, I apologize. His point was a bit ludicrous, not him, right? So, here we go. Dr. Blitz, and I do apologize for the airplane sounds in the background. What do you expect is a logical response for what happened in October 7th?
When you say logical, do you mean a rational decision by the Israeli government? Do you mean the expected actions by the Israeli government given their past actions? Do you mean the most moral actions based off of what we know about what's happened in the region? Like what precisely do you mean by logical?
So anyone with common sense looks at October 7th. I'm pretty sure I'm talking to Dr. Blitz. Dr. Blitz, what do you think is the expected outcome?
The expected outcome is basically what's happening. Well, actually, I expected it to be less terrible. It's much worse than I expected it would have been. So, call me naive if you will.
Care about the Israeli hostages at least.
I mean, to be honest, from my perspective, just looking at what America has done in the past, right? I expected this to be far worse.
So what you're saying, hold on. So what you're saying is it's not enough, and there needs to be more.
I mean, look, I'm an American, right? The way we handled our conflicts, is far worse than the way Israel is handling their conflicts.
Uranium. Yeah, we know.
Yeah. So, from my perspective, as an American, I think Israel, in comparison, is being quite merciful. Is anybody here going to disagree?
Okay.
Carpet bombing is not merciful.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Sorry, no.
Can I interrupt?
So you say America's more merciful?
Hey, let's let Athena interrupt her question.
Yeah, no.
So,
can I
Athena.
interrupt? This is in my opinion, very dehumanizing type of argument. So I would hope that you would refrain from saying that again, because it is very, very dehumanizing to say that they're not doing enough when we know that over 11,000 people have already passed away at least. So do not use that argument, or I
won't use it.
Will
I won't use
probably kick you.
Yeah, I won't use it again. But I think I was misunderstood. I'll reiterate what I said, right? Just to make sure. I said, in comparison to America. I'm going to say that one more time. In comparison to America's response.
We understood. You don't have to repeat it again. We don't understood.
Okay.
You don't have to repeat it again. America's responses have not been positive.
Human rights actors.
Okay.
America's response hasn't been positive either, so you don't have to repeat it again.
Right.
It's a dehumanizing talking point.
It was far worse. Wasn't it? Wasn't it far worse?
And if you use it one more time, I think we'll kick you, because this is very dehumanizing.
I'll move to another point. I'll move to another part. My apologies. Okay, so Dr. Blitz, as you stated, right? Everything that's happening is what you expected. Am I correct?
I expected it to be not as bad as it is.
But you did expect
it. Is worse than I expect. I expected it. I expected a response. It's worse than I expected.
Okay, but you still did expect a response. Am I correct?
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's justified. It doesn't mean that the degree of the response is justified. But yeah, of course, I think basically every country in the world would have responded similarly. Not similarly, but would have responded in some way.
So do you see it as logical?
Again, what do you mean logical? What? Do you mean as in what's expected, or do you mean as in what is the rational thing that a rational actor would do, or as in what the moral thing is? Like, be careful. Right, so what do you mean with your language?
Let's go with rational. What do you think is a rational response?
A rational response, I think, would have been doing perhaps, I don't know, like targeted attacks on Hamas leaders in Qatar, as mentioned earlier, or perhaps, like special forces extractions of hostages. We know that Israel has very, very capable special forces operations, and, we didn't need to see 10,000 plus civilians being killed.
So, all right, let me ask you a question. How did Vietnam turn out?
What does that have to do with
which part of Vietnam? Like, are you because there's the famous Black Hawk Down story, which is what a lot of people point to. I think it was in Somalia, where
guerrilla warfare and tunnel warfare.
Yeah. So special forces are much more capable of handling guerrilla warfare and close quarters combat and covert operations than full invasions and carpet bombing.
I heard a quote, and I'm gonna get you the source for this, right? That when Delta Force went in there, they got decimated. Did anybody hear that?
Yeah, you're talking about Black Hawk Down. You're talking about the story of Black Hawk Down in Somalia.
I'm talking about when Delta Force, I'm talking about this situation, right? In this situation, when Delta Force went in,
talking about Doug West, McCarthy. He was a member of the US forces who came out and said that the US Delta forces got wiped out and all that stuff. But there's no reason to believe that story is true. And by the way, about proportionate response, even comparing it to America, looking at the response to Afghanistan. By the way, 3,000 Americans died. Almost half of that Israelis did. And in 1 week, Israel dropped more bombs on Gaza than what the U.S. dropped in Afghanistan in 1 whole year. So even proportionality, I don't know. I think some people would dispute that, even comparing it to the American shitty model. And I don't get why it matters. Like, if I have a shitty country, it's only bad if it's worse than the shittiest country. Like, I don't get what your example is.
Well, I mean, to be fair, and I'm really trying to move on beyond this point, right? Because I don't see the point of this conversation at this point. But I'm just gonna say this.
Oh my God, same. I agree with you 100%. Oh my God.
The population of America is about 380 million. The population of Israel.
Population of Gaza is 2 million, almost.
Right. Well, hold on.
We're about to. Hold on. We're near 20,000 people. We're almost at 1%, by the way.
All right. I know you like to interrupt. That's fine. I'm gonna let you interrupt because that's what you like to do. Go ahead.
I do just want to say before we do actually, we are gonna cycle out here in like a few minutes, like Blitz and Dr. John, right? So just like if you have any like last things or whatnot, I think we're gonna go probably like 10 more minutes or so.
Okay, wonderful.
Maybe we could do that.
So I'm gonna give just my perspective, right, on how an intelligent way that would have prevented the exaggeration of casualties because of the fog of war, right? And I'm just going to refer back to what has been already attempted by America a couple times, right?
Oh my God. We do not want to hear about the U.S. as like.
I'm not going to bring up
crazy genocidal wars. We really do not.
So rather than doing something silly like that, why not? So, and I just like to ask people questions about these. Go ahead.
I'm just going to bring up my point because I do understand that Mr. Parker got to cycle me out, so that's fair. I'm not trying to hog or any of that sort, right? For the past 9 months, before October 7th, was there not a possibility of the brinks of collapse of the Israeli government?
Yes.
Okay. Wouldn't a smart thing to do have been, hey, look at all these angry people with their government. They're not very happy. Well, I'm going to land the plane because I got to be cycled out.
Okay.
Let's have a conversation with these people and see if they're willing to paramilitarize against their government, incite a civil war.
Never was even close to that level. That was never even close to that.
But it's still possible, isn't it? But you just agreed that for the past 9 months.
Yeah, of course. I can't tell you it's not impossible. Yeah, it's possible. Right. But it's also possible maybe they would have made a deal. Hold on. Possible maybe they would have made a deal and said, hey, you know, we'll give you this, you'll give us that. Like what? Like we're talking about realistic options at the time. You're saying, hey, Hamas should coordinate with, you know, anti-government Israelis, not to the extent where they would support Hamas, not to the extent where they would support Palestinians, only to the extent where they would disagree with the fascist government that they have. And they should all work together and fight Israel. Are you crazy, bro? I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what you were drinking at that bar with the music playing, but bro, come on.
So, all right, hold on, right? Because I'm going to land a plane so I can be cycled out, right? Isn't it smarter to not make yourself a target?
Bye. See you. Yeah, the plane landed. Bye.
Okay, you don't want to answer.
All right, now I guess I can get to my point now.
Go ahead, Dr. Blitz. He doesn't want to answer the question. That's fine.
So, like, this is it's like a, maybe it's a left turn, but like, I just like to hear what people think is like the ideal termination of this conflict. Like the entire conflict. Like, what is your preferred solution? Because it sounds like a lot of people used to be two-state solution supporters, have transitioned to be one-state solution supporters, and I just like to hear what people have to say on that matter. If you guys wouldn't mind.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. One state where Palestinians and Jews can all live, in harmony under a single government that doesn't prioritize one ethnic group over another. I think we can all agree that both Palestinians and Jewish people have a fairly equal claim to this land from historical evidence, but I'm not going to get into the history from 3,000 years ago. But that's just my opinion. If Echo wants to interject. Ooh, train. Echo, if you want to interject.
Definitely not similar claim, 100% not. But yeah, one thing, yeah.
So to respond to that,
John?
the only way you'll have a successful one-state solution is by the means of a civil war. Unless,
hold on, John. What is your solution? Sorry, but Bliss asked a very specific. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but Bliss asked a very specific question. What is your solution? Is it two-state, one state? Is it annexation? I mean, like, what is it that you think would end the conflict? That's what he's asking.
Ending the conflict. By God, if I could, right, I'd say one state. But if we're actually being logical and rational about the situation, right, not being wishy-washy and fairy tales here, the only thing that I could see as possible at the moment, maybe a two-state, maybe. But from my understanding, based on what BB said just a couple days ago, he is going to militarize and fully occupy Gaza. So as of this point in time, Gaza, I don't even think it's going to exist after this war, right? Based on that comment. And honestly, America's not giving enough pressure to prevent him from doing so. But his comments were quite clear. But at this point, I think a two-state between West Bank with the PA and Israel might seem to be the only logical conclusion here. I don't think Gaza is going to exist, to be fair. I think it's going to be completely militarized and occupied.
Okay.
My apologies. That's what he said. That's what he said. Not words not coming out of my mouth. That's verbatim what he said. You could take it up with him.
Okay.
Thanks for your answers. We appreciate it.
I appreciate y'all. Thanks for having me up here. God bless.
Sure, for sure. We can swap on to the next. Is there anything else you wanted to say, Blitz, as well?
I'm good. If you want to swap me out, that's fine.
For sure, man. I appreciate you coming up. It was good seeing you again, bro.
Likewise.
All right, everyone, let's get on to the next two people here real quick, everyone. Again, if you do want to support the live, everyone, Cash App, Venmo in the bio. 100% of the proceeds are going to humanitarian aid. Also, if you want to help get out to more people, get more people into the lives to educate, whatnot, tap that screen and share the live. You can share the live unlimited amounts of times, everyone.
I have
sorry, Ronnie.
Sorry to interrupt. Parker, I got a question. What organizations, if you don't mind me asking, just for clarity, what organizations do you plan on donating the funds that you're raising for?
Yeah, so we have the Palestine Red Crescent Society, the Palestine Children's Fund, and then we also just have medical aid for Palestinians. That's what we were mentioning. Those are the ones that Athena recommended.
You do know that all these funds goes to the age group as long as they exist?
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. I know that for certain.
No, really? Can you prove it?
I can prove it, yes. Gaza accepted, I can prove it, I'll prove it. If you ask them, I will prove it. Gaza received over than $400 million over the 18 last years. Now, where are the infrastructures? Where is the electricity, water? Actually, what happened is that Gaza received water infrastructure. They donated, they built them their own water system, and what aid group did is dig up the pipes out of the ground, making them into missiles, then shooting them at Israel. So, and the leader of the most important proof, the leader of the age group, sitting in Qatar in a 5-star hotel, he has a house cost $40 million, and his worth is about $4.7 billion. Now his people doesn't have anything. Now is that proof enough?
Number
And
one,
by
that
the
is not
way,
even
and by
close
the
to
way,
proof, because
all
what you
evidence
just mentioned is, hold on, is complete nonsense. Number one, no one, and I mean absolutely zero experts, no one sets the net worth of any Hamas leader that high. 4.7 billion. Do you realize how much that is? No one
Go check the
sets it
internet. Check
that
the
high.
internet. Check
No,
the
hold on.
internet.
Number one, let me finish.
Check
Number
it. Check
two,
it.
let me finish. We asked you for proof that that aid was stolen and given to Hamas. We're still waiting for it.
I just
About
proved
the
it.
pipes, hold on.
The
Mufasa,
proof
relax.
is
Take a
that
deep breath. Relax. Now, with the pipes, the videos in which they post them turning pipes into rockets, do you know where these pipes come from?
from a European organization that donated them.
No. The Europeans, they put the pipes in the ground. Hamas takes them out. Yeah, very smart. No.
Exactly.
The pipes come from abandoned Israeli settlements in the north.
No. You're mixing up stories.
Yes. Actually, if you can look at, hold on.
You can look whatever.
I'm still asking you for proof that they stole that money. Can you give me proof? And by the way, I think Ronnie is muted and he can't unmute.
It's very simple. I'll explain it to you. Gaza, and I have the video to show for it, has between 300 miles to 500 miles of tunnels underneath the Gaza, which means basically every house beneath the tunnel. I have an age group reporting that with an interviewer. That cost billions of dollars. Everything goes
nowhere, literally nowhere in any other interviews do they claim that. Oh my God, please, if you're going to make up something, make it believable.
So I'll put it online, okay? But just a second, because what I did actually since the beginning of this war is taking every footage and video and tag them and name them and put them into files. So let me just
okay,
file.
great. Can you get the footage and everything that you've saved about them turning that money and using it for rockets, all of it? Can you please tell us about it?
I just proved that the tunnels.
We're waiting.
I'll send you the video.
And by the way, I don't know if you actually know this. Do you know that the European pipes that they sent, they specifically, as of a few years ago, decided to make them in a way where they couldn't be turned into rockets, right? But that's not too relevant, right? Let's talk about them turning them into rockets. Can you give us proof, please?
Wait, Parker, I think Ronnie cannot. Ronnie
play
cannot
this game.
mute. Can you unmute him, please? He's having
Really?
difficulties.
Okay, I got you. I'll try to send him an invite. It doesn't actually. It says microphone's not available.
Can you drop and then come back, Ronnie?
Yeah, Ronnie, drop, come back. That's really weird. I've never
you're
seen
a roar
something like that
lion. They don't want to hear you roar. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, Mufasa, can you please give us a source for any of your BS claims? Sorry,
I got a phone call.
Okay, so everybody in the audience, please stop writing for 1 second in the comments.
Okay,
There you
links
go.
don't
Everybody,
post, by
please
the way.
open it up.
Links don't post. Oh,
So if you post
posted it?
some posts, so you'd have to tell us the name.
Yeah, links don't post, by the way.
Or at least tag
what do you
like Kimberly or myself. Tag us, and we'll try to find it for you because that's our job here. So if you have a link or something, just like tag us in the comments, and we can try our best to like do what we can.
Tag like this.
So
Is that what you do?
click on my profile, right, and you'll see a little @ symbol, right? This little @ symbol that will tag me, and then you can add the link to that tag.
There you go. I believe that is what you
Someone
meant.
tag me. Hold on, let me see. Okay.
I'd like to see it too, by the way. If you could tell me the article or whatever source it's
I
from.
will tell everybody once I get it. I'm just waiting. Okay.
Or if you
And
can,
by the way, about the
tell us-
European pipe,
you can
No,
just
I'm not
tell
talking about
Matt
the part
what
I'm talking about
or
Canada.
me like what we would need to look for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very good at finding things, and so is Kimberly. So just tell us the title or something, and we'll find it.
and by the way, about the European pipes being turned into rockets, the EU standards for pipes are for them to be made out of PVC. If you know what PVC is, you'd know it definitely cannot withstand a rocket or being turned into a rocket. It would literally melt. If you look at the videos, they're metal. But that's okay. People really need to come with their sources ready. I don't know why we have to sit here like crickets waiting.
That's facts. That's facts. I think we mentioned that multiple times too.
Yeah, but
Yeah. And if you come up with sources, please, like if you're going to lie, make it a believable lie. There,
yeah,
you know, like
because
that way we can like
both
skip
Athena
past
and
that and not
myself,
notice.
both Athena and myself are not going to do your source checking for you. In the sense that we're not going to go out there and find it for you. It's your job to have the sources, and then we are going to fact check your sources that you then give us. So
yeah, if you don't have a source, we just take it as a trust me, bro, and you have no point.
yeah.
We just dismiss it.
So I guess while we're waiting, Parker, I got a question. What were you eating?
I was eating a Cliff Bar. I've had no food today, so I needed to eat something to be able to have some energy.
What flavor you got?
Chocolate brownie.
Oh, nice. And my when I was in high school, my old teacher was a sponsor for Cliff Bar because he was a professional cyclist. So during high school, I got addicted to them because he would always bring them in.
No, they're so good.
Hi,
they're good
everyone.
For me, especially because I need like calories and stuff sometimes during the day.
Hey,
what's up?
Hi. Thank you for having me. Just so I have some orientation, is it just myself and Mr. Rockin who are bringing some critical thinking from the pro-Israel side? Are we just the two on the panel?
Okay, so I am not. Okay. Well, hold on. I am not pro-Israel.
Matt, and Athena are just moderators.
Yeah. So my name is Matt.
It's a 2v2 between.
I'm a fact checker. I'm neutral in this position. I have opinions, obviously, but I'm neutral right now.
You're a neutral fact checker. That's not pro-Israel. Okay.
Wait, what? Hold on, say that again.
Yeah. He's not like pro-IDF.
You're a neutral fact checker, but you're not pro-Israel. So it's kind of like
the same way that I'm not
fact checkers of Facebook who decided what was information and what was misinformation.
No, God, let's talk about COVID. Yes,
it's Daniela.
Hold on, I'm going to defend what I'm doing here. No, hold on, I'm going to defend what I'm doing here. Both Athena and I are literally taking sources that are given to us, and we are making sure that they just have correct information in the sense of what the people are telling us. I'm not saying.
Okay, so you're verifying. You're verifying the sources.
Yes,
okay.
I'm verifying that. But you claimed that I was pro-Israel, and I'm telling you that flat up.
No, I didn't claim. I asked. I just asked who on the panel is pro-Israel.
Okay. Yes, I am not pro-Israel. But
so the other person just left, so we have to look for someone else.
Okay, yeah, because I do think this. I appreciate the moderator trying to make sure this is not a continuous echo chamber because it's not going to get anyone anywhere. So I do hope that there could be someone else on the panel besides myself.
How do I look? I'm sitting.
Yeah. No, they just left. I am trying to find another person who is opposition. So.
Well, we don't have to say opposition, but
opposition to them.
The other perspective.
Opposition.
That's what the other perspective is. Opposition. That's like what it is. It's like
okay. So clearly, I am outnumbered here, and I'm sure all of you are going to be ready to pounce.
What are you talking about?
It's supposed to be 2v2. Me and Echo versus you and another pro-Israel person.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
So
let me just make sure that this last person is Cloud. Are you pro-Israel?
So, I'm pro-America. I'm neither.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for coming on, man. All right, let's find the next person real quick, everyone. Pro-America.
I bleed red, white, and blue.
Yo, what's up, Zane? How old are you?
Hey, 33.
For sure. Are you pro-Israel, pro-IDF?
No, I am pro-Palestinian people.
All right, for sure, man. Well, I appreciate you coming on. We do have 2 people up, so we're already going to go to the next person real quick. We're trying to get some people up here who are pro-Israel, pro-IDF, so only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria, everyone. We're trying to get to the next person real quick so that we can have an even playing field. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, they just left. Okay. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40, but I'm not in that criteria. I was actually
appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone.
Please only join if you're pro-Israel or pro-IDF.
Yo, what's up? How old are you, Kyle?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. Are you pro IDF, pro Israel?
Okay, so basically, I've been waiting like, I don't know, an hour. I'm a Palestinian that lives in the West Bank, so I just wanted to shed light on what's happening in the West Bank. So if you want to drop me, it's fine. That's it.
Well, we are just looking for like opposition right now. If there's something that you want to address real quick, you can real quick.
No, I just wanted to say that I don't know. I've been watching your live for like the past hour, and I noticed that no one is actually discussing what's happening in the West Bank, which is also it's kind of sad because we are experiencing a lot of settler violence. So I appreciate that you want this to be fair for both sides. So I'm gonna drop, but I ask people who are, pro-Palestine or that support Palestinians to actually talk about what's happening in the West Bank. And I actually appreciate it if if you want to drop me right now. You can just, get me on the live later if you want.
Do you wanna?
Yeah, for sure. I can follow you.
Keep him up and drop me.
Wait, Ronnie, what did you say?
Do you want to keep him up and drop me? I can totally drop for him. He can.
It's up to you. I only can add up this many people. I don't think I can add up one more person. I think this is the max on the live.
Actually leave.
It's his maximum guess, yeah.
لا خليك I'm gonna go let you can discuss what's going on because you're on the ground and you انت بتعرف شو عم يصير هلا. I'll give my spot to you and then he can bring somebody else pro-Israeli. I have to get ready anyways. I have stuff that I have to do. Thank you for having me up here, Parker.
Thanks so much.
Appreciate it, Ryan. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. Let's get to the next person real quick, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're pro or pro IDF, everyone. We're gonna get the next person real quick. Oh, okay. It didn't accept them. In the meantime, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes as well. Share the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Yeah. Are you pro Israel, pro IDF?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you think? I'm pro Palestine.
For sure, man. Appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you so much. We're gonna get to the next person real quick. Please only send a guest request if you're pro Israel, pro IDF.
David was on your page. Oh, well.
Oh, we can do David. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me, I'm 24.
Yeah, for sure. Are you pro Israel, pro IDF?
I'm pro bullshit because earlier there was a guy coming here telling that there was Hamas weren't killing Israel citizens when I did see the videos what he told the sources from.
So are you pro Israel, pro IDF?
No, I'm pro-Palestine, but I want you to know that Hamas is not Palestine. There's a big difference in there.
We absolutely agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
I do too.
Reality.org.
All right, we're gonna go to the next person, everyone.
Hello.
I think people are sending me gifts. While I do appreciate them, but please send them to Parker because he's the one that's donating to.
No. You can do it through Cash App. Cash App actually because it won't take anything, and they're all going to humanitarian funds. Everyone.
Yeah, I'll disconnect you.
Do actually give
Oh
money
my
to people
God.
on the
Hi,
panel.
Celine. She's pro-Palestine. Disconnect.
Okay, for sure. Thank you. All right, let's get to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you're pro Israel, pro IDF. Please don't go in the box if you are not, everyone. We are just trying to get people right now that do disagree with the current guests up. So we're gonna get to the next person real quick, everyone. All right. I do apologize, everyone. TikTok does take a second for people to get up. Again, if you want to help get it out to more people, everyone keep tapping that screen, y'all. We're trying to get to the next person. It's really not adding people up.
I think David was in your box before.
Yeah.
I'm not in the bathroom. Okay. I'm doing the dishes.
For sure. Yo, what's up? David, are you pro Israel, pro IDF?
Yeah, I'm
for sure.
pro Israel.
All right, all right, everyone. Y'all can begin. Then there and whatnot.
Okay, just start with one point. Basically, so excuse me or something. English is not my first language. However, I have to say that I've been listening to this live for like an hour, and I've seen people discussing on what's exactly happening in Gaza. I know it's bad, it's tragedies. However, I want to ask those who are pro-Israel, what do you say about the settler violence that is happening right now as I'm speaking in the West Bank, which does not have Hamas and it's not controlled by Hamas? In fact, it is controlled by the Palestinian Authority that we as Palestinians see them as they are defending Israel, not the Palestinians. So that's my question for you.
Well, first of all, Hamas is in the West Bank. They have shot rockets from Jenin. That's not entirely true. I am not in Israel. I don't see the latest coverage of what's going on in the West Bank, but I also know that it's obviously a source of tension for everyone there because of what's going on right now in an active war. There are Jews and Palestinians living in that region, so I can understand how the tension would be very high right now. And it's a shame.
Anyway, okay, I'm Palestinian, and I've never heard that rockets were launched from the West Bank. So you need to provide your source for that because, like, I've never heard of such thing. To be honest.
Is Jenin in the West Bank?
Yep.
So can you Google, have rockets been shot from Jenin by Hamas? I'm not
There
so
was
technical.
a
I don't know how to
sugar-powered
search things
one
up
which
at the same time as
landed
being
in
on the
Jenin.
live.
Yeah, there was a sugar-powered one which landed in Jenin, but that is from a year ago. The West Bank has been occupied for 56, 55. So I don't get what your point is.
Well, I don't think that the tunnel system, the advanced tunnel system in Gaza is in the West Bank because there's a lot more checks and balances in the West Bank. As you know, that all Jews and all the Israelis, all the police, all the IDF had left Gaza. So there is no Israeli presence in Gaza, whereas in the West Bank there is. And that's probably why there's less terrorist activity coming from there. But that doesn't mean it's not there.
That's not
on
even
some level.
comparable. Like last year, more Palestinians died in the West Bank than in Gaza.
Well, again, you know, the truth is we both obviously see very different news, very different information.
That's a very simple way of saying that you're wrong, but that's okay.
No, it's not. And again, I could say the same thing to you. So we have,
He's comparing the West Bank and Gaza.
You have facts, but I'm not on this call. I did this all yesterday on Smitty's Live. I'm not here for the Oppression Olympics. I don't think that gets anyone anywhere. The reason why I wanted to come on this call today was to actually share my perspective of actual solutions. So if you'd like to hear my perspective, I'm happy to share that.
Yeah, before you reach that perspective, I just wanted to fact check something. I looked up rockets being fired from Jenin area, and I did find one Times of Israel article. It said that there was a rocket that was launched in June or July of this year from Jenin, but they were homemade rockets and very unsuccessful. And the group that launched them was a group called Al-Ayash Battalion, so it wasn't Hamas. I did not find any evidence of Hamas.
Athena, and I can corroborate that, by the way, because there's a Reuters piece that I sent to Athena too that also says the same thing.
Well, I think I don't know how relevant this is in terms of talking about what's happening in Gaza and Hamas, because however you want to label it, whether it's Hamas or just passionate Palestinian extremists, people are trying to hurt Israeli civilians. So, you know, we can argue semantics of the name of the extremist, but it's still people who hate Israelis and want to kill them. So, but I mean, again, we can go tit for tat, you know, and I don't think it's so helpful. I think we're in a situation now that no one wanted. People are dying every day on both sides.
No, I disagree. No, 100%. I disagree. I think this is on a silver platter for Israel because they got the genocide Gaza. They got
They
to take
don't have the
Palestinians into
genocide.
Sinai
Well, again,
in
that's your
Egypt,
opinion.
and
Can I
they
respond to
have the
Kyle?
Western backing to do it. So
I would say the same to you. CNN has literally, please Google this. Did you know about the journalists that CNN, MSNBC, we want to talk about mainstream media, who actually were there to capture all of the atrocities that Hamas was committing?
no, they weren't
Knew
there.
it
The
was
journalists you're
happening 12
referring to
hours
biked there
before,
2
and
hours
they wanted
later.
to be
Hold on.
first on the
They
ground to
didn't.
cover it.
They
And the
literally
guy,
didn't.
the
Oh my God, you're
journalist,
literally
was
making it up.
being kissed by one of the Hamas senior officials. So you want to talk about Western media? Hamas picks and chooses who is allowed to even be a journalist in the area.
Number one. Okay, great. Number one. You are an absolute liar because he is not a worker for any of these organizations that you mentioned. He's a freelancer in Gaza who gave them
It was
pieces
more than one.
in the
And
past. Let me finish.
okay,
Hold
look
on.
it up.
No, because
Look
the
it up.
person
And
you're
don't call me a
referring to,
liar.
hold on.
If you
The
make this
person, let me
personal,
finish,
then
please. No,
it's not
because you
going to
are
go
a liar.
anywhere.
The person you're referring to joined and recorded what was going on off
It
his
wasn't
phone,
one
by the way,
person.
on the back of someone 2 hours after it happened.
Okay,
He
again.
recorded it. So instead of
it was
applauding
12
journalism and
hours.
saying, hey, they
And
recorded
I
what
know
was
you did a
going on in
watered down
published news,
version,
you're
so
saying,
you
oh, well,
can
they knew about it.
justify anything you want, but that's not true. Don't be dishonest.
Okay, fine. Can you please give me proof that these
So
journalists knew about it 12 hours
I'm
later?
okay. So I don't know. I'm not a technical person. If I'm on a live, if I'm on my phone and I'm looking up something in a browser, I feel like I'll get disconnected from the live.
Yes, yeah, you will. Just tell us. Just tell us what.
Tell us the article. Tell us what to look up.
Just tell us the title.
I mean, I have several of them. I mean, they're from the Daily Wire.
Yeah.
I mean,
the Daily Wire.
We got an
girl,
issue there.
please.
Well,
Okay.
I can say the same from Ion Palestine and all the crap you go
Yes,
through.
and
nobody
and
quoted
we
Ion
have already.
Palestine.
And
We
we
quoted
have
the Times
Here,
of
it's
Israel
such a
and Jerusalem
balanced
Post.
source. But no,
No
look it up
one
because it wasn't just
talked about
Daily Wire. It was other news outlets as well.
Okay, news outlets deny prior knowledge of Hamas attack after Israeli government demands answers over
Okay,
misleading
who's
reports.
reporting this? Who's saying this?
This is CNN.
Checking this?
The
Is
person
this
that you were quoting, by the way.
Palestinian.com?
No, this is CNN.com.
Oh, just exactly. So of course CNN is not going to be honest because CNN is the one being accused.
Okay, fine. Washington Post. News organizations deny advanced knowledge of Hamas attack.
Okay, so that's just because they deny it doesn't mean it's not happening.
They deny it. Fine. Political.eu.
Look how many things Hamas denies.
Great, but please prove your BS claim. Like you're saying they knew about it.
It's denied. Let's
Danielle.
give it
Here's the way a
time
claim
to
usually works,
actually
right?
come to surface with all the evidence.
Okay,
of course.
Here's the way
do you know
usually
what this
a claim
would
works.
mean? Do you know what this would mean if this was true? That they had 12 hours of knowledge? Of course they're going to initially deny it. And then the evidence is going to come out.
Yes, great. Danielle, if I could finish, please. Here's the way it works, right? Usually if I tell you, hey, Parker, above you, there is a big, massive turtle, and he's right at your ceiling, and he wants to kill you right now, right? He can look up. It's not there. He can't see it. He can get a blue light, black light, pink light, whatever. He's not going to find it. It's nowhere there. But if I tell him, it's there, and I give no damn fucking proof, I am schizophrenic. I don't know what's going on. I'm not in the same place as him. And this is the exact same way you are right now. You're telling us things which don't exist. And when we ask you for sources, you're saying,
that's exactly
we look it up.
Hold on.
We look it up. We look it up. Hold on. We look it up. And we find people giving the complete opposite perspective. So can you please hold on 1 second.
Why would it even be a thing?
Can you please give us a source that these journalists knew about it 12 hours later? Can you please give us just one?
Like I said, I'm happy to, but I'm afraid if I go into my browser, I'll be disconnected.
Okay, I am happy to too. I just wish that you could give us the source. Like what part of
Yes, so here's what we could do. You can scroll out of the live and it won't kick you out right away, right? It takes like about 2 minutes to kick you out. And if it does kick you out, I can look for you in the guest box to bring you right back up. But we won't be able to hear you when you do scroll out of the app. Just so you know.
Right. I mean, I wish there was an easier way so I could like literally look at it as I'm on the live and just put it in the chat.
You know what
if you have a separate device,
before you could hop on a live and make bullshit claims, I think you should be able to back them up before you hop on.
Well, again, I don't know the direction of where these conversations go. And again, I feel like with these lives, like you guys just want to be right. You just want someone to say, you know what, Israel deserves everything they get. They are oppressor. They're the
I mean, that's a
colonizers. You
plus
don't
one,
want
but we know we're right.
solutions.
That's okay.
You don't want accountability. You just want to stay in your victimhood. I literally came on here because I wanted to share what my perspective of a solution is, but you guys are not interested in that.
Fine. Daniela, let's skip by the past that you made like 12 bullshit claims. Fine, let's forget about that.
Okay,
Tell
great.
us your perspective.
Great. Yeah, let's just call them
What is
all
your
lies and move on like you do. That's fine. That's fine. Let's move forward.
Yeah. Let's talk about your solution, Danielle. Where do you think this should go?
So first of all, I believe peace through strength. And I think we have had very bad leadership in America and in some areas of the world. I do think that the amazing Abraham Accords that brought peace to the UAE and Israel and to Morocco and Bahrain are a great roadmap. If you walk on the streets of Dubai,
conflict before that for these
I'm
countries?
giving my solution. Can I tell it before you tell me jump on it? If you walk through the streets of Dubai, you see Israeli flags everywhere. You see Israeli flags from India. You see Israeli flags from a lot of the Western countries. I'm not talking about the people on the ground with the Free Palestine movement. I'm talking about in leadership. And I really think it is in everyone's best interest, including the Palestinians, especially the ones who do want to have a great life and self-actualize and be all that they can be, that they get pressured to accept that Israel is not going anywhere and that their best position is for peace. Now, when I say peace, I'm not naive. When you have children indoctrinated since 5 to hate Jews, and Jews are the oppressors, and I've seen what's in the school books. I've seen Israel's not even on the map. I see the encouragement of children to hate Israel and hate the Jews.
Could you cite specific examples for that?
That's all in UNRWA, UNRWA. Even they cite it. You can look that up too. That's all documented.
Really? They do? No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. Again, I just cited it yesterday for another live. So I know it's
me
there.
and Kyle have both went through the Palestinian education in the West Bank. So I
Okay,
really don't know what you're on
you're
about.
not going to tell me one school, and because you went to one school and it didn't teach it, it doesn't exist.
I actually went to 3 schools. I was a really bad boy.
What? You do realize that in Palestine.
So my solution.
Hold up, Danielle. Let's let Kyle respond real quick. Hey, Danielle, let's let Kyle respond real quick.
Well, I didn't finish it though. Okay.
No, I have to confirm this thing. By the way, we don't get taught to hate Jews because as Palestinians, we don't have any hatred towards Jews as a religion or as an ethnicity. We just hate Zionism, and that's something we all agree on. You don't, but most of people do. In Palestine, you said that not most of the schools. You do realize that in Palestine, probably like half of the schools, even more of this, like half of the schools, they have the same curriculum. We get taught the same stuff, and not once in my life I have encouraged a book or a text or any teacher that told me that we have to kill Jews or we have to oppress Jews or whatever, take them as hostages, whatever you say. So this is a lie, by the way. So don't spread.
So again,
I agree with Kyle on that one.
You can't say that we get taught to hate Jews. You can't say that.
Well, again, I'm going by what I've seen in schools, what I've seen in curriculums, what I've seen in cartoons. I mean,
Yeah, but that's just religious propaganda.
I've seen this all, so I'm not making it up. And I mean, again, I wish there was an easy way that I could look this up and send it to you as I talk. I wish maybe TikTok will provide that in the future because I agree with you. I think it's very important to have verified information when we speak. But Kyle,
did you see cartoons in school?
I want to be able to finish a sentence without interruption.
This is all just religious propaganda. The cartoons and
so
stuff.
I would like to.
Here. I'm gonna let Daniela respond real quick.
If everyone starts to jump in, there's no point.
I'm trying to establish that for you right now. Right, I'm gonna let Daniela finish real quick, and then I'm gonna let David next respond after that.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. I think you sound like a really nice person. And I think you're a sincere person. But when you start to, it's a very easy trick to say, oh, we don't hate the Jews. We don't hate the Jews. We hate the Zionists. None of the people who founded Israel and fought in the Independence War of 1948 are really alive anymore. So when you say Zionist, most all Jews today do believe that Israel has a right to exist, that it is the Jewish homeland, and that it's not going anywhere. So when you say we don't hate the Jews, we hate the Zionists, it's kind of misleading, and you should not be taught and raised to vilify anybody.
We literally, as Palestinians, reject the fact that Zionism is a colonialism project. It is a colonialism project. When you talk about a land that is colonized, however, you say that, okay, Israel has the right to exist or whatever, and you say that, Jews belong here, this is the promised land, whatever you want to say. But you can't deny that people existed here. My grandfather,
I didn't deny anything.
Who was also displaced from Palestine back in 1948. He's now still alive, by the way. And he witnesses everything. He witnesses the fact that history is repeating itself in Gaza. People are being displaced. And then you say you say that when I say that I don't hate Jews, I just hate Zionism, it's misleading. This is literally the same thing that's happening back then. It's still happening today. The Nakba has never ended. And especially settlers in the West Bank still have this ideology that Zionism is the way they do every step, every action they do in the West Bank.
It's not Zionism anymore, my friend. Israel's here. And we do want peace. We do want peace. Israel's here. There's no more Zionism. Israel is here.
No, but Zionism is the preservation and the continuation of the Jewish state. Like what are you on about?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's a Jewish. Do you understand? Do you know that there's one Jewish state in the world and there's 56 Arab countries? Have you seen Israel on a map? Do you absolutely
know? There's 50 Arab countries, really?
Yeah, there's 55 Arab countries, and many of them Jews
have been
ethnically cleansed from. Are you going to deny that too? Because my grandmother.
Can you name me these 55 Arab countries? Because I don't know of 55 Arab countries. I know there's like 20 something. I don't know where the 55 figure came from.
Well, it's including Africa. You can look it up.
If we include all of the Arab countries in the world, it's not 55.
Could Jews have one that's the size of Delaware that is open to all religions?
Yeah, it's the one built on ethnic cleansing, apartheid, genocide, ethno supremacy. It's okay to hit a state like that.
Can I interject here?
From Jordan, from Lebanon, from Syria, from Egypt, from Morocco. Actually, Morocco is the only.
Wait, Danielle, let's let Athena interject real quick.
Yeah, so I just wanted to interject. Sorry, I briefly wanted to interject, Daniela. I don't know if you're using Arab and Muslim interchangeably, but specifically according to the Library of Congress research guides as well, so .gov, there are 22 different countries in the Arab world, so including in West Asia and North Africa, and not 55. So I don't know if you're using Arab and Muslim interchangeably, but
perhaps
22 Arab countries.
Perhaps, and I will check that out. But even if it's 22, Jews have one, and it's the size of New Jersey, and it still has 30% Arab population.
Sure,
so when we talk about genocide and ethnically cleansed, you cannot argue with the numbers. I mean, it's ridiculous that you guys continue to say
we
this.
We can 100% argue with any of the numbers.
Okay, hold on.
Without a doubt.
I have a clarification I just want to say. Because of the nature of that we were on TikTok and everything, we have to watch our words very carefully. Okay, I'm not getting into the semantics of it. All I'm saying is that saying words like hate, saying words like ethnic cleansing, genocide, these are. I don't want Parker to be a banana on here because of those words. So please try to limit what you say. I know that you believe them in it, and that's fine. But just try to limit what you say and keep charged language like that down to like as low as you can, because I don't want anybody on here to be.
Like what else does one say? Like, huh? Well, like what do we say?
No, then I don't know. We have to figure it out because it's TikTok rules, okay? Because Echo, I don't want you to get banned.
It's okay, dude. I have like
no, it's not okay because Echo. It's not okay because then that will likely happen to me or likely happen to Parker. It will likely happen to all of us.
It's okay. I'll give you an account too. I'll give Parker an account too. It's okay.
I mean, that's not how it works, but like, yeah, I do think that we could use language to describe it accurately, right? But I think we're just saying like necessarily like.
All I'm saying is like keep it to try to keep it down to a minimum. Like don't say it like 10 times in one sentence or something.
Or we could use different ways to refer to it, kind of how we use like different terminology, right? Like you know how we say like R word or essay, we don't say like the particular word.
Oh, okay.
Right,
So
kind of like that. That's really all we're saying, just for like the TikTok stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like you could say. I mean, and again, Echo. I'm not saying that like that. You don't have to like literally like not say. I'm just saying that like if you're going to say
that's okay. I get it. I understand.
Okay, all right. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, no, that's okay. Daniela.
Yes.
EC 100% applies in this context and applied in this context. The G word 100% applied in this context and applies in this context. To say that, okay, well, these 55 Arab countries, the ones which don't exist, they did this to Jews, therefore any argument about Zionists doing that to Palestinians is void. That's
not what I said. Don't turn my word around. I've never said that. I've never said that.
You said, but if we are going to talk about EC, let's talk about the Jews.
But I've never said that the Zionists are ethnically cleansing the Palestinians. I don't believe that for a second.
I know
if we are going to talk about that, let me remind you of true ethnic cleansing, which would happen to the Jews in the six Arab countries.
That's literally exactly. I literally just quoted you. That's literally what I just said. Repeat it word for word what you said. Let's forget about this. Let's talk about that because this is not real.
I'm not justifying it.
No, because you don't even believe it happened, girl. Like what? You're not justifying because you don't believe it happened. And if it happened, the Jews who were expelled, it's worse.
Okay. Here we go again. We can argue all day long about who's indigenous to what and who still has the keys to where. The Israelis want peace. The Israelis do not want to EC the Palestinians.
They absolutely do. When you have the vast majority of the Israeli population polled after the war say we should not give two shits about the civilians, I don't know.
Again, if that was true,
hold on, let me finish, please. Let me finish, please, Daniela. Let me finish.
Okay.
When you look at the leadership of Israel, when you have the prime minister quote the Bible and talk about the Amalekites, the people who were wiped out, by the way, genocided, right? And say, remember what they have done to you in reference to Palestinians. When you have the financial minister, when you have the president, when you have the heads of the Israeli government calling for Palestinian civilians' heads to be put on a silver platter and served to their bloodthirsty population, I think it's pretty clear what their fucking intentions are. The death toll is at 10,000 people.
I can say the same for Hamas, who said we're going to do October 7th over and over and over again. And it says in its charter to kill all Jews.
Okay, fine. Think of October 7 as the worst tragedy in Israeli history, right? Do you know how many tragedies, the same, if actually worse, have happened to Palestinians in the past?
I don't believe you. If you can show me one video of IDF soldiers raping women in front of their children and then burning alive. I'm saying raping women.
If you can show me one of Hamas doing that, I'll drop right now.
If
you can show me one of Hamas doing that right now, I'll drop right now.
I can easily show you, my friend. Yes. Yes,
please,
I can. Guess what?
Yes, you will. Please show me.
Hamas with their GoPros, and there's actually a raw footage called 47 minutes, and it was just put on this week in Los Angeles, New York, for people like you, who are still denying it. I can't show you these videos on TikTok, but they're all on Telegram.
Just tell me what to look for. I've been on Telegram since the beginning of this war.
All of the raw footage is there. I cannot even believe you're still denying this. This is just
okay. Hold on. So let me get this straight, Daniela. Let me get this straight. Hamas GoPros has videos of them all wording women in front of their children, right?
Yes. And they have videos of them calling their parents saying in Arabic, I killed 10 Jews with my bare hands. Allah Akbar, may God be with you. All of that stuff.
And they have that, have that in their GoPros, right?
I also do want to mention, by the way,
one publication which talks about it, because you are completely making it up.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are just not seeing.
No, but like
all
literally, Like there's literally no evidence about what you're on about. Oh my God! Please, I'm keeping up with Israeli media more than you are. Nowhere talks about
47 minutes. It was showed to over 100 journalists around the world, so they would have no doubt what happened. Look it up. Look up 47 minutes right now. That's what it's called.
Yes, and do. Oh my god.
Oh, so Daniela, I think it's.
Who's
I
our
think,
fact checker?
At least, I just want to say, I don't think it's like going to be something that makes sense to compare, right? Asking for like evidence of like a particular event happening to like denying the Holocaust, when the Holocaust is one of the most recognized things throughout the context of history, right? Most studied, right? We have so much proof, so much evidence to indicate that to be true. Whereas like if he's just asking for like, yeah, even giving the evidence, right? We haven't seen the evidence yet. He's just asking for the evidence. That is nowhere near the same as what you would reference in terms of a Holocaust scenario. So I think what you're trying to do there is kind of very misleading.
No, it's not. He said it's what Hamas is doing is equivalent to what the IDF has been doing. And I said that's absolutely not the case. And if you looked at footage of what Hamas just did,
it's not even comparable to what they did. I never compared them. The IDF has absolutely done worse, 100%.
Okay, so that's what I was referring to. And I said there's no way.
Okay,
and I brought up all of the
then 1,200 Israelis died, right? 1,200 Israelis died, right?
More.
1,400.
No, 1,200. That's actually the Israeli government. No, the Israeli government went back and said it at 1,200. Actually, they said that they miscounted 200 who were Hamas militants.
Yes, I can corroborate this.
Okay. Then
I read an article from the Israeli
so 1,200
ministry
people,
saying
right?
What's your point?
Yeah, 1,200. Yeah, 1,200, half of them being military. You know what? Let's be generous.
Half of them being military. All the kids at the concert, all the people in the kibbutz, all
That's
military.
not what I'm talking about. Daniela, relax for once. Oh my God, please. I can yell over you too. Relax. I can yell over you. I'm much louder, right? But I prefer not to. It's like 3 in the morning. Now, let's assume 1,200 civilians died. Let's forget the military, police. Let's forget all of them. Hundreds of them. Let's forget all of them. 1,200 civilians died. In 2014, more Palestinian civilians died. In Sabra and Shatila, a massacre sponsored by the Israeli government in Lebanon, more than 2,000 Palestinian civilians were massacred while the Israelis let it happen. So when we want to talk about catastrophes, and this is Israel's 9/11, what is going on in this war is much worse than whatever 9/11 Israel went through. 1,400 people, let's be generous. You know what? Let's make it 2,000. 2,000 people dying out of a population of 7 million, half of them being military. Comparing that to Gaza, 2 million people, 10,000 people dying. Not even comparable. How is that even comparable?
Wow. This is the most ridiculous argument I've ever heard.
Children.
This is the most ridiculous,
It is so ridiculous that you can't even comprehend.
You're telling
how
me Hamas comes in, brutalizes hundreds of people at a concert for peace and music, comes into a neighborhood,
for peace established right out of a concentration camp, right?
No, you know, again, who keeps starting the wars? It's Hamas.
Israel.
No,
literally.
Why do you think Israel had to create an Iron Dome? Because they were sick of being shot at every 2 seconds.
Okay, can you tell me the wars in which Hamas attacked first? Can you tell me one war in which Hamas attacked first with zero provocation?
1948, 1967.
Hamas existed in 1948.
1973. The Oslo
Hamas
Accords.
didn't exist in all of these wars. Oslo Accords was not a war, by the way.
No,
Hamas,
but
by the
why
way,
did it stop? Why did it stop? Because the slaughter of civilians, Israeli civilians.
Oh my God, you're all over
there
the
was no
place,
checks and
Daniela.
balances.
David, please, bro, jump in. Okay, number one, Hamas didn't exist in 48, 67,
I
73.
didn't say it was Hamas only. I was saying it came from the Palestinian resistance.
They didn't exist up until 1987. Right? Also, of course, the reason it's fell apart is because stupid fascist Israelis, like the one you align yourself with, when you say the Daily Wire, they decided to kill their own fucking prime minister. Yitzhak Rabin. They shot him.
I know. This is your lovely talking point. Got it. Yeah. And you're going to also tell me how Israel created Hamas.
Hold on.
And then I have to respond to that.
Oh my God, girls, please.
Let's let Athena step in, everyone. Let's let Athena step in.
Wait. This is
escalating. You don't want to talk about solutions either. You want to justify it and say, oh,
hold on, everyone. Everyone, I'm just going to start muting people if you don't be quiet. Okay? Let Athena speak, please.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, like, you both of you are just talking over each other, and I feel like Echo needed to respond to you, Daniela. So please, like, let him respond and don't overtalk one another. Echo, you were responding.
Daniela, you want peace, but I don't think you actually want peace. I think you want the status quo to continue. I think that you want the occupation to continue. You don't want actual liberation of the Palestinians. You simply want Palestinian resistance to end. You want us to, be, fucked up, be occupied, and not respond to it in any way, even if you see it fit, or I don't think you see any fit. And that's it. Which is why anything I bring up, you don't address the point. When I bring up EC and you say, oh, well, it happened to us too. When I bring up wars, you say,
No,
"Oh well, it
I
happened to us
disagree
too."
with what you're saying. That I can disagree with you. And
You can
don't
disagree.
pretend to
That's
know what
fine. But
again.
Daniela, I thought I was speaking.
I'll let you
Daniela, I
finish.
thought I was speaking. Yeah. There's this cute little example. Me and my friends, we always talk about, right? If I have a car in front of me, and all of my friends, we call it a unicorn, right? We act, it's a unicorn. We call it a unicorn. Blah 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 blah. Everywhere, right? It doesn't mean it's a unicorn. It's still going to be a fucking car, and this is the exact same thing. You cannot think it's ethnic cleansing. That's okay. You cannot think it's genocide. That's fine. It's all your opinion, but there is a set legal definition, and it 100% fits. And by the way, I am going to call you a liar once again, because the 47-minute video that you're talking about October 7, literally nowhere in the video does it show anyone assaulting women in front of their children.
God.
And nowhere.
Did you
and hold
see
on.
it? Now you're lying. Full
Hold
on
on. Let me
lying.
finish.
Wow.
Let me finish. I will quote you half a dozen. Hold on. I will quote you half a dozen journalists who read that, and nowhere in their reports do they talk about it. Why not? Why don't they talk about it?
Okay, I'll let you finish because now you're lying. And you have
Daniela,
no
fine.
respect
Give me
for the
proof,
people
please.
who've been...
Please, give me proof.
Okay, I'm giving you
Fine,
proof.
give me
And all
proof.
you're
That's all I'm
telling me
asking
is,
for.
some journalists read it and they said it's not there. Go
No, I
and
said I
watch
read
the
the
movie
reviews.
yourself.
I said I read the reviews. Do you
You
not
read
know what
the
a review is,
reviews,
Daniela?
from Al Jazeera? I mean,
No,
it's unbelievable
Al Jazeera wasn't
that
even
you
there,
are
please.
you are so gaslighting what happened.
Oh my God, please, I'm giving you
People are
sources and you're
asking.
waffling. Just give me
I
one
want
source.
you
People
to
are
see it with
asking.
your own eyes. Don't go on reviews. Don't go on. I
You
want
saw
you.
it? Fine. You
You.
saw
I
it
don't
with
know
your
what
own
your
eye?
real name is. I want you to see it. I want everyone here
Okay,
to
yeah,
see
my
it
name
with
is
their own
Echo.
eyes, so there
Echo
is
the
no
question mark.
mistaking what happened on
Okay,
October 7th.
Daniela, did you see it with your own eyes?
I will. I personally haven't because I won't. I'll have nightmares for the rest of my life. But I have friends and family who have.
Okay, so you have friends and family, all of them, which were at this airing for, what was it, 99 people?
Okay, again, see, you talk about someone who doesn't want peace. Look how you're making fun of what happened on October 7th.
I'm
You
not
think this is a
making fun. I'm
game?
simply asking for fucking
You
proof.
think this didn't happen?
Oh my God, all I'm asking for is proof. Why is it so difficult?
I'm like, seriously, it's like talking to a wall. I literally said
No,
there was
you
a
are so right.
documentary
Like,
put
if I was
together
talking
of
to Walt, I
raw
think they would have
footage
understood
from
my
the
point better than you
Hamas
have.
GoPro, 47 minutes. This is my proof.
Then show
This
us.
is my evidence. Look it up. Find ways you
Girl,
can screen
please.
it and see for yourself,
Yes.
but you won't.
Yes.
You
I
want to talk
went
about, you don't
through
think
the
I want
reviews
peace?
of it.
You
No, you
don't
don't.
want,
No, you
this is
don't
not
want
a
peace.
fucking movie for Hollywood reviews. You know, you're a jerk.
Okay, I don't think you
If you're going to
understand how
deny
a
what
review
happened
works,
on
but that's
October
okay.
7th to these families and still in hostages?
Oh my God, all I'm asking for is proof.
Okay, this
Why
is
is
my
it so
boyfriend who
difficult?
actually
Listen,
did view
you
the
fucking
videos.
idiot. Listen, you dumb idiot. We're not
So
killing
who you
any
calling an idiot, you
Palestinians.
fat fucking
Nobody's
pig?
dying.
Fuck you and your bitch.
We're
Fuck
refraining
you,
away
fuck
from
you, bro.
insults.
Fuck
Yo,
you.
if you insult, you're gonna be
making it all
dropped.
up.
Hey,
Not even
stop
one
talking for a
Palestinian
second.
died. You're just lying.
Man, fuck you and your girlfriend,
You are
bro. Fuck both of
lying.
you. You're both morons.
So
Okay,
if
we're
you
just
don't
gonna
want to
mute
say
him.
face
All
the
right.
truth,
Why
you're
is he
done.
screaming? Why are you screaming like a child? Okay, grown man, control your emotions. Breathe, please, please, please breathe for me.
Inhale, exhale.
We need some. Okay, and then please
I have a
respond
deviated
in
septum. I can't do
a
that.
legitimate way here so that we can interact with it, please.
Yes. Please, Daniela's boyfriend, don't be a goofball. Yeah, please tell me about the video.
You can unmute. I've sent you an invite to unmute.
Thank you, Parker.
Okay,
I was gonna say,
again, it's a really sensitive subject that she would just minimize what happened on October 7th because you don't have proof. And his point
It's a
was,
he.
and I guess we have no
Excuse me.
proof that anyone's being killed on the Palestinian side. So if you want
We're
to
just
go
saying
there-
don't
we
insult.
do.
We're just
We
saying don't
actually do.
insult. We've already
100%.
established.
Anyway, again,
we've already
not
established on the live. Don't
not
insult.
helpful.
Okay.
I do want peace. I think
We've
you have so
established
much
don't
hate
insult.
in your
Wait,
heart
hold
for
up.
Israelis
I am
that you
establishing
don't
the rules.
want any peace
Oh
with
my
us.
gosh, she can't listen. Okay.
Oh
We're
my
establishing
God,
the
who's
rules.
us? You're American.
Really, we're not doing insults on the live. We've already established that. If you engage in insults, right, that is going to be a violation of that. Okay. I don't see how that's something that we're not understanding here. Okay. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, I want to fact
minimize
check
anything.
something, by the way.
Yeah,
I just wanted to fact check something briefly. So Reuters has an article on this called "Fact Check: video of captured woman mistranslates captor as threatening grape. And in that article, they talk about a clip from the GoPro that was posted online in Hebrew and English subtitles talking about Hamas militants saying they were going to grape somebody. It says here, the video that was posted on Twitter says, no, take her back. This is not a prisoner. This one is for grape. Go back to your place. But then they found out that the Arabic was mistranslated. What the person was actually saying was, no, she's a female captive. Leave her. She's a female captive. Take her back. She's a female captive. Go back to your place. So Reuters actually has a fact-checking.
You found for 1% out of 1,000 slaughtered, you found Reuters. For 1%.
No.
God, it's like 1,200 people.
I'm
Where
not
did you get
talking
1,000
about the unaliving. I'm specifically talking about the grape that happened. And it says
there was
here,
many grapes that happened. It wasn't one.
And are these grapes in the room with us? Do they exist? Can you can we see
what
them?
you're doing? Do you want me to be so insensitive to? Yeah, I mean that is so terrible.
You were already
she
very
wanted to be in the
insensitive. You
room.
said that the Palestinian numbers are fake.
Okay, no, because we're answering to your logic of, since you didn't see it with your own eyes that they were grapes, I guess it didn't exist. Now, I will tell you, I will describe to you.
I'm asking for evidence, and you are the one which said that it's on GoPro footage.
Okay,
Daniela.
So hold on.
You and your silly boyfriend, you both said that they put it on GoPro footage.
Hold on.
I'm holding on.
See the lady, the German Jew, who was being paraded around naked, celebrated and cheered. Her leg was twisted. She was, and she was pronounced dead. She was raped. She was kidnapped. She was paraded around and celebrated. Did you not see any of those clips?
Okay, number one, Shani Luke, the woman that you're on about, the German Israeli soldier who was at the rape wearing the
Israeli
clothes.
soldier.
She was literally holding dual citizenship. You can go over. Okay, if you could stop interrupting me, Daniela, relax. Great. Also at the concert, you can see what she was wearing. That is exactly what she was wearing.
She was wearing a dress.
Okay. You can go on her Instagram. And you can see where she thanks God for being a soldier and being a reservist in Israel. That's fine.
No,
Do you have any proof that she was
assaulted? We're talking about two different people. Her name was not.
No, we're talking about Shani Luke. We're talking about Shani Luke.
No, we're talking about someone.
We are talking about Shani Luke.
I'm talking about the girl that was paraded naked in Gaza after
the
being
German
raped.
Israeli Shani Luke. Yes.
Okay. Again, there were multiple girls.
How do I know her name and you don't?
The one I'm talking about was not a soldier.
Okay, you don't know that she was a soldier. That's on you. You can go on her Instagram.
Though. I mean, is it okay that she got raped and paraded around naked?
But she didn't get our point. Okay, fine. What do you have to
What is
believe
the
that she was
point of that? That doesn't justify killing people with bombing.
It doesn't justify raping people.
What?
Yeah, okay, I agree. It doesn't justify all wording them. If it happened, I condemn it, but it didn't happen. You have no proof of it happening.
Okay, then I guess you have no proof of Israel killing 10,000 Palestinians.
Actually, we do. Yeah, we do. We
Well,
do.
we have
which
proof
is why
to
you're
know because your
stupid
numbers are
president.
from Hamas.
That is just
Your
that
numbers
is
are from
No,
the
actually, let me
Palestinian
finish.
Health
Can
Department.
I finish?
And the
Oh my
hospital
Lord
uses its
and
operate.
Savior Jesus
All of
Christ. Let me
Hamas is
finish,
taking
please.
all of the gas from all of the hospitals for
Yes.
their tunnels, not for the
Great.
patients.
Let's stick
And I
to
have
the
tons of
topic.
videos on that.
Daniela, point by point, let's relax. Just like your stupid president decided to dead our numbers and the Palestinian Ministry of Health
I'm not a fan of my president either, believe me.
Do not fucking interrupt me. Oh my God, please do not interrupt me. We posted all 7,028 Palestinian deaths up until that period. Every single one. In the past, every single audit of these Palestinian records, of Palestinian reports, has always come back that we have not lied about Palestinian deaths, especially in the case of Gaza, which is why, for example, news media's quoted that number. It's okay. It's fine. It's reliable. Now, also about that, here's the thing I don't think you understand. We posted their national IDs. Their national numbers, their IDs. Israel has control over the registry, over the IDs. They themselves can fact check these IDs. They can check whether these people exist or they don't. And after the war, as always, we have a census and we can see, hey, these people who we reported that, are they actually dead? Can we contact them? Can we find them? Do we have a body of them? And it has always come up that, yeah, overall, our numbers were accurate. Now, the second point, you talked about Palestinians stealing fuel from Gaza and whatnot, blah, 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 blah. Can you show me proof? Once again, all I am asking for in this entire argument.
It goes back to the beginning. If I can open a browser and show you all of the proof.
Okay, Daniela, instead of yelling over me, you and your boyfriend, can you please just give me proof? That's all I'm asking for. Why is it so difficult?
It's all there. It's all there. You just don't want to look for it.
Fuck, bro, where is it? You said there is GoPro footage of Hamas awarding women.
No. Just Google. Are there tunnels under hospitals and schools in Gaza from Hamas?
We know. Okay. Once again, I will repeat this for the 100th time, right? Usually, when someone makes a claim, they have the burden of proof. If I tell you Santa Claus just walked into your bedroom and stole your fucking pillow, right? I have to give you proof for that.
No,
you don't have to go around and like lock your doors for no reason. You have to prove it.
I get it, and I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't read about it and verify it, but I'm on a live right now, so I don't know how to just move my screen and grab you the link.
That's okay. Your boyfriend next to you, he was more than happy to yell at me and call me an idiot. He can go on his phone and he can look up what you're looking for. That's okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the suggestion.
You're welcome. That's okay.
So you can look it up yourself and you can deny it all day long. It doesn't mean it's not happening.
Oh my
Again,
God.
Hamas targets... They purposely, I mean, literally, we just saw videos of tons of ammunition found under schools just this week when they were soldiers in Gaza.
Oh my God.
These are actual soldiers in Gazan schools showing us all of the ammunition that was found.
So but the cartels do the same thing in Mexico.
Was that an actor?
Hold on. Wait, I got a question. Daniela, was that video in an active school or was it in an abandoned school in a war zone?
Yeah, they're obviously being told to evacuate, so they're not there.
So hold on, wait. So an abandoned school in a place in a war zone, do you think it's bad to put weapons there?
It's not an abandoned school. It's an evacuated school because of war.
It's literally in a war zone. That entire area was evacuated. What are you on about?
Overnight to have all that ammunition. Oh yeah, it was just a coincidence. Totally a coincidence.
What ammunition? It was like 3 ammo boxes. Relax. I saw the videos.
Okay. It's just one of many examples that so are you telling me that Hamas does not purposely make sure its operations are under schools and hospitals, knowing that Israel, if they targeted them, that they would be killing innocent civilians and it would be helping Hamas exploit Israel?
Daniela, do you understand? Okay. Do you know what a human shield is, Daniela?
Yes.
What is it?
And I know Hamas uses them all the time.
Great. What is a human shield?
Well, it's purposely putting children, innocent people, in front of terrorists like Hamas. So if Israelis shoot back and they get the civilians, they can now say, look what the Israelis have done.
No, that's not even close to what a human shield is. But I'm glad that you demonstrated how silly you are about this. A human shield is putting weapons or civilians and intentionally sheltering military targets with them with the impact of it aiding a military objective. So, for example, if I have a school, right, and I put a rocket launcher inside of it, and right next door I have a bunch of, third graders having school, and my enemy decides, all right, I'm not going to bomb this target because it has civilians there. If they didn't, I would bomb it, right? That is a human shield. If the terrorist, in that case, puts it there intentionally with the aim of preventing an airstrike. But in the case of Israel, that would be the case if, number one, there was an intention of Hamas doing that, and two, the people bombing actually gave a fucking shit. They already bombed schools without fucking weapons in them. They already bombed mosques without weapons in them. They already bombed entire neighborhoods without weapons in them. Do you actually think they give two shits about civilians being there or not? The death toll is at 10,000.
Let me ask you
what
something.
What are you on about?
Let me ask you something. If they didn't give two shits, why did they wait 2 weeks to go into Gaza? Why did they let people know to leave? But Hamas would not let them leave, and Egypt certainly didn't open their borders.
Okay,
why would
one
they
by one. Hold on. Wait. You answered your questions, Daniela. Let me answer. Yes.
Yeah, so if they didn't care about civilians, why would they make all this effort? I don't know any army who's being under attack to make all these steps.
Number one. Christ, okay, fine. Number one. You asked why did they wait 2 weeks? They waited 2 weeks because their country was not prepared for war. the very simple answer. It's not
And
because
they
they give
wanted to
shit about
maximize
civilians.
their strategy on
That's
Hamas,
okay.
not civilians.
If I could finish, please. Two, you said, why do they drop leaflets? I think it's very reasonable for an army to drop leaflets and say, civilians, hey, leave. You're going to kind of fuck with
Has it
our
ever
military
happened before
operations.
in any other active war? Have any other armies
Actually,
done that?
yeah, they did. They did. Yeah. You can look up the bombings in Iraq and Syria, where all of these militaries actually warned civilians in the areas in which ISIS was present to please evacuate. We're going to carpet bomb the shit out of that neighborhood, which I absolutely
Can you
think
send
still
me a
was wrong
link?
by
Can
the
you
way.
give me some proof of
Yeah,
that?
actually, hold on. I'll actually read you. Yeah, I'll read you the article right now.
No, you don't have to read it to me. I want to see it. I want to see who's.
Where am I going to send you a link, girl? You can't tab out your phone. Like, huh? Now you can tab out?
No, the same thing. You can put it in the comments. I'll grab it, or you can send it to me,
Here,
or the
one
moderator
second.
can put it on his screen.
Here it is. I'm quoting. Hold on. Let me quote. I'm quoting Iraq U.S.-led coalition. Weapon
By
choice
the way, my boyfriend
endangers
actually went.
Mosul civilians. 1 second. Anti-ISIS forces dropped leaflets urging civilians to immediately leave areas under ISIS control. Leaflets dropped over western Mosul to warn of Iraqi military offensive. This is the Iraqi army, by the way.
There was
Here it
also
is. The
text
Guardian.
messages, cell
U.S.-led
phone
coalition
messages.
warplanes
I mean,
dropped
again,
new leaflet over ISIS stronghold in Syria and Iraq.
Okay, so I'm glad that happened. But the point is, Israel made several attempts to make sure the civilians were well aware that they were coming.
And then they went on to bomb people who were
Well,
evacuating.
I'm sorry, when
Actually, I'm
Hamas
curious,
attacks its
Daniela.
own citizens and Egypt doesn't open its
Yeah,
border, it's
Daniela,
not
can you
necessarily
please
Israel's
give
fault.
me proof? Yeah, okay. Can you please give me proof that Hamas shot at people who were escaping?
Okay, yeah, I will get that. But first, my boyfriend actually did come and you wanted proof about the Israel exposes the Hamas network in Gaza under hospitals.
Oh
and
my God,
schools.
are we going to see the
So
3D
there's
animation?
a YouTube
Please, I cannot
video
wait.
that goes through all of it. So would you like that link?
Yeah,
so you
the
can see it for
YouTube
yourself?
animation. The YouTube animation. Right?
It's not an animation.
The 3D animation.
No, it's not.
It's literally an animation.
What's the point of
What video are we on about then?
Everything every source I get.
Fine, can you tell us the name
Wait,
of the
hold
video,
on,
please?
Daniela. Wait, hold on, Echo. What's the source, Daniela?
Here, I'm getting it.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Okay, so it's how do I send it? No.
If you send the link in the chat, it won't send, unfortunately. But if you tell me where I can type it or where I can find it, I'll look for it.
I'll read it to her.
The whole link name?
Yeah.
Give them a second, Kimberly. They're like generating it as we speak. Give it a second.
The whole link name is a huge
No,
link
it's
name.
not a huge link name.
And please, to everybody, do not send me gifts. Please, like send the other people gifts, but not me. If you want to send me gifts, please send them to Echo or Kyle instead of sending them to me. Thank you.
Also, Kyle, is there anything else that you'd like to add specifically? There's another person that we had set up to come up here on the pro-Palestinian side. Is there any other information or stuff that you'd like to add right now?
That was the link name.
Ask her. She was like.
Okay, I have it for you when you're ready.
Hold up, Danielle. Let Kyle finish real quick.
She wanted to talk about like the solution, so I just wanted to her what's her solution to this conflict, or something like that.
My solution is to have other Arab countries, support and help and have a presence in Gaza, so we can slowly bring out the extremism on both sides, and there's a checks and balances way of living together. But if you continue, and take out Hamas, of course, but if you continue to just look at Israel as the oppressor, as the colonizer, as evil, I don't understand how you really want to coexist with them, because Israel's not going anywhere. But anyway, I have the link when you're ready.
Okay, what about the rights of Palestinians? You didn't.
I want the Palestinians to have their rights. I don't think Hamas is good for Palestinians. You have no free speech. You have no free elections. You have no women's rights. You have no gay rights. All of the aid.
Isn't Israel right now shutting down any protests opposing the government?
What's that? And I know Hamas tried to kill
Israel right
Mahmoud
now
Abbas.
shutting any protests?
He just murdered his closest bodyguard just this week, right?
Who? What's his name?
Anyway, can I give you the link? Because I have it up here. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, let's make bullshit claims.
Yes, is it,
speed,
first of all, is it
because he didn't murder his own bodyguard.
Hold on. It's on YouTube.
The name of the video, please.
It's called Israel's Proof of Hamas Militants.
Wait, hold on. Israel's
of Hamas militants. What?
Of Hamas militants.
Of what?
What's the name of the channel? The YouTube channel?
Hold on, I'm trying to get that. If I open the video,
She's making it up, Kimberly. Give her a second.
Okay. Oh shoot.
Hold on. Everybody in this except Kimberly and Daniela mute. Because I want them because she's checking, and so we're going to mute. I don't want to hear anybody else.
What are you looking for?
Okay, the YouTube channel is called Time Now, and it's called Israel's Proof of Hamas Militants Hiding. Hold on.
Is it
in terror tunnel under hospital in Gaza?
Okay, I found it. Thank you. Okay. 1 second. Oh, it's a 1 hour long video?
Yeah, it's 3 hours. Yeah, so you it's all live. It's indisputable.
It's 3 hours.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Wait, sorry. Where anywhere in this video does it show them hiding in a hospital? I'm confused.
Well, don't you understand? Watch the 3 hours and talk to us. They're showing you exactly where they're standing. They're under Shifa. They're under all the hospitals there. That's exactly what
they're not under Al Shifa. This is from 3 days ago. Sorry, this is from 5 days ago. They were not under Al Shifa.
How do you know?
Because because they only started sieging Shifa. Or can I answer the fucking question, or are you gonna just speaking over me? Like, relax, calm your tits. He said, when did they attack Al Shifa Hospital, and when did they siege it? 2 days ago. So 5 days ago, it was impossible for them to have been under Al Shifa Hospital. And if they have, there's no reason for them to siege it right now.
But they were there was because the Hamas operation is there. And they did it purposely under the Shifa Hospital.
Okay, they were not.
And
oh my God! Sorry. Am I talking to a bunch of Soviet walls right now? Like, how thick do you have to be? How dense do you have to be to not understand what I'm saying? They were not at Al Shifa Hospital 5 days ago. Are you crazy?
Why don't you watch the video yourself? And this is not like overnight.
The video, the vast majority of
okay.
I went to the bits where they show the tunnels. I went to that bit. Nowhere does it say this is a hospital. Nowhere.
Dude, you're too stupid to understand. There's no point to talk to you. There's
oh my God, just give me the fucking timestamp. Why is it so difficult for morons to tell us what
those videos are all fake.
Let's. I think we should all refrain. Hold on. I think we should all refrain from personal insults.
David. If you can show me a video, that's fine. But the vast majority of this video is Israeli artillery.
I don't think that the personal.
Where is the timestamp of them in a hospital?
Hold up. I don't think that. Hold up, everyone. I'm just gonna start muting people if you don't be quiet, everyone. Right? I think that the personal insults on both sides are not effective. Can we stop and refrain from those, please?
Yes.
Yes, please tell me what timestamp in the video does it show them under Al Shifa Hospital 5 days ago when they only attacked it 2 days ago?
If you don't believe that in general Hamas goes under hospitals, but you want specifically for Al Shifa, I don't know if there's proof that it's under hospitals, that's not good enough. I mean, that just shows Hamas.
Okay. Once again, let me repeat this. If there is proof that Hamas has tunnels under hospitals, like the ones claimed to do so in this war,
so what do you think that link is that we're showing you?
And this video, the vast majority of it is just Israeli artillery. Have you actually seen the video, Daniela?
You're just telling us that we're killing the
No, like literally anyone could look at it for themselves. 64 minutes and 1 second. Vast majority of it is Israeli artillery.
Okay, I wish I could send you my own links on my phone. It doesn't seem like anything we'll send you you're gonna even accept, but that's okay.
No, the video literally has nothing. What are we looking at? It's just Israeli artillery going off. Oh my God, did you see the video?
Okay.
Christ.
Okay, so I mean, do your own research. I like I said, are tunnels?
Oh my God.
Go put it in Google. Does Hamas have tunnels under hospitals in Gaza?
Okay, here's the way. Once again. Here's the way a claim works. I tell you there's a unicorn in your fucking chimney. You don't have to just listen to it. I need to prove it to you.
Okay.
Christ, oh my God.
I wish I could just... Okay.
Here's another one.
And by the way, I hope you know this, Daniela. The first result when you look up exactly what you said, does Hamas have tunnels under hospital in Gaza? Investigation disproves Israel's claim of Hamas tunnel under Gaza hospital. The second one, Israel claims it uncovered Hamas's tunnels beneath and near hospitals in Gaza. This is talking about the Indonesian hospital where they showed a fuel storage place and they said that this was a Hamas tunnel, included in the original plans.
Okay. IDF spokesperson Jonathan Conqueris provides an operational update on day 30 of the Israeli-Hamas prevents and shows evidence of Hamas tunnel network under northern Gaza hospitals. So you think this is all made up?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's a very easy way to discredit everything.
Wait, can I interject a bit?
Daniela.
I fact checked. I skimmed through the video. And it's an hour long, but it's actually like the same clip, like of 5-minute clip being repeated over and over and over again for like an hour. So it's nothing different. And that clip just shows, the source is IDF. And it shows just soldiers going through a tunnel. Or
that was a live video, but there's many other links.
Or wait, one second. I like footage of tanks in the middle of nowhere, but there is nowhere in the footage where there's a hospital that is shown, or it's proven that the tunnels are under a hospital. And I skimmed through the whole video, and that's when I noticed that it was the same 10 clips.
That's fine if it's the same thing, but that's live military updates that they have a camera that's recording that. But again, if you're going to say, oh, which hospital, or is it a hospital, or again, we're not going to get anywhere. So I will find another.
You are so right. We're really not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, again, whatever I give you, you're going to find something wrong with it.
Danielle, you're not giving me anything. Okay, Daniela.
Do you believe that children were baked in ovens? Do you believe that children were murdered?
No, the fuck no.
Give me the proof. No. And then I'm going to tell you, watch the video, 47 minutes, and you're going to say, where's the video? And I'll say,
Daniela. Oh my God, Daniela, can you please give me? Okay. The baked children in the ovens. Yeah. Did you know that the IDF spokesperson came out and said that it's bullshit?
Say it again.
Did you know that the IDF spokesperson came out and said that it never happened?
I'm sure
and there's no proof it happened.
I'm sure. And just like
no, an IDF spokesperson. Listen to what I'm saying. An IDF spokesperson. IDF.
The IDF spokesperson. You're telling me said there's no tunnels under hospitals now. All of a sudden.
Are you? Sorry. Are we?
No. Wait. Hold on.
Talking. Who are you listening to? Are you listening to Lana Del Rey while we're talking right now? Listen to me. I'm talking about the IDF spokesperson saying that story never happened.
I have the tweet here actually. I have the tweet here actually from Ishai Cohen. And the tweet says, there is a recent story that has been published on social networks in recent weeks, from checking with the IDF, Zaka, Shura camp, and more, you don't know of such an event. Spreading incorrect stories will harm Israeli propaganda. There are so many stories and documentation of horrors that there is no need for inaccurate additions. And this is from Ishai Cohen, who is the spokesperson for the IDF. But I just wanted to fact check.
Right. So he said there's inconceivable horrors. There's no way you can even dispute it. But there is an article in the Jerusalem Post.
Nobody's dismissing the horrors. But the oven story is what he said was not true. But nobody's dismissing the horrors.
It is true. It's on a video. It's absolutely true.
What video is it on?
If Jerusalem Post, IDF shares proof of Hamas terror base built under main Gaza. But I'm sure you're going to say, since it's Jerusalem Post, you don't want it, right?
Okay, fine. Yeah. Show me. Actually, Daniela, turn on your camera right now and show me the proof. Actually, I want to see it.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, show me the proof.
Wait, what is the video showing? Because I want to make sure it's not against TOS.
Here you go. There's tons of articles here.
Yeah, no, just show us that specific article. I'm interested in that one.
Oh, just the article. Yeah.
Israel says it exposed.
By the way, Parker, is Hiba in the guest request?
Oh, yeah, we were going to do that. Kyle, is there anything else
Here,
that
this
you
is from
wanted to
BBC.
add real quick
Israel
before we move
targets
on to?
Hamas labyrinth of tunnels under Gaza. This is from the BBC.
Yeah, there's tunnels under Gaza. Yeah, we know.
So what are they for then? What are they for?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Daniela, please,
NBC
you
News,
made
heavy
like half a
fighting around
dozen.
Gaza's largest hospital, and then it's all. And why are they in front of Gaza's largest hospital? I wonder why.
Okay. Gaza's largest hospitals are in the northern part of Gaza.
But why would they be at a hospital? Why? Why would they want to
They're
be
not at a
surrounding a
hospital.
hospital?
Nowhere in the
Just
article
as a
does it
building.
say that. It says they're near hospitals. Hello, it's because Gaza is tiny, and when you attack the north, you're about to run into some damn hospitals.
No,
Nowhere does it say in that
there's a
article
reason
that
why
they're
Al
in the
Shifa isn't in
hospitals,
Israel
Daniela.
now.
Pause, everybody. Pause.
Nowhere in that article does it say that.
Indonesia hospital, it's a high terror base.
Can I say something?
Yes,
real quick?
Indonesia hospital. That's the one I addressed, by the way. If you had listened, sorry, am I talking and are you listening?
There's more than one
The Indonesia
with
hospital.
tunnels.
Let me finish, please. The Indonesia hospital, the one where they published videos of a hole in the ground and said that this is a tunnel used by Hamas. Every single investigation, actually a look at the original plans for the building of the hospital shows that it was a fucking fuel storage facility. Oh my Christ. How many times do we have to repeat that?
Okay, that's one hospital. Yes, so it's like the one person she cited that wasn't fully great.
What other hospital?
I mean, again, here,
Okay.
Washington Post.
Can I
Web of attack, escape, and regroup. Washington Post.
Can I get Kyle to say he can say his last words and whatnot, and then we can move on and also bring up Ahiba.
Please.
Okay, so I say that I don't want to stay here because honestly, clearly spreading misinformation, which is not good. Because I also have a recommendation for you, Parker. Don't let anyone here without having their sources beforehand, because she was literally just talking straight out lies. Some of the things.
5 articles, but that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
None of them back up what you're saying, by the way.
Anyways, I want people to actually look at the ground. You need to follow people who are reporting in Gaza right now.
And you need to follow people who are reporting from Israel right now.
Can you?
Why follow all of them?
Can me and Kyle
I'm ready to go too. It's exhausting. You know, there's nothing that you say. There's no solutions here. You just want to discredit everything I say.
Can we please just let Kyle finish real quick?
Fine.
I literally listen to every word you say, so respect me and stop talking. Thank you. I want people to look on the ground. Please follow these specific accounts by Palestina, which she is a journalist, an independent journalist that is reporting on the grounds of Gaza. Also follow Mu'taz at Mu'taz Aziz. He's also reporting on the ground, as well as Wizard Bisan. Please follow her. She's also reporting on the ground. And please, I want you to basically read the history, go through the history. Do not neglect the Palestinians who have been suffering since the beginning of this, what's so-called conflict. We Palestinians beg people, we beg the youth that they should open their eyes and know what's correct and what's happening. I'm not saying that Israelis are not suffering or whatever. I just want the youth to stick with the Palestinian youth, because I don't want to live. I don't want another generation, even this generation, to live the life that I'm living right now. Just the fact that I have to go to my university every day and pass by settlers, by illegal settlements, by apartheid walls, by military bases, the heavily militarization I live right now is something that this youth should work on. This youth should try to end. Pressure on your government. Try anyway, speak, share, do anything you can just to what's happening in the West Bank, because I do recognize that
Hi guys, sorry about earlier. I had a family emergency, but I'm here now. We're good. I want to first talk about what, if that's okay, if I can like take over. I've been waiting. I want to take over like the conversation that Danielle had about the Ministry of Health being inaccurate. Did you know the United States government actually referred to them as an authoritative source in 2021? Danielle?
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, did you know about that? Did you know that the United States government used them as an authoritative source?
Who? I'm sorry.
The Ministry of Health.
From who? From the Palestinians?
Yes, they used the Gaza Ministry of Health in 2021 as an authoritative source on a United States government document to refer to the
administrations have different opinions about the Palestinians.
It was the same administration.
Yes, exactly. This administration does.
You're right. The same administration that went ahead a year later and then disvalidated them. So,
well, this is also the same administration that lifted the sanctions off Iran and started the Iran deal. So I'm not a fan of that either.
Right, but you're quoting him. You're quoting him to say that it's inaccurate.
Who did I quote?
Biden.
I didn't. When did I quote Biden?
When he said that the Ministry of Health was inaccurate.
Yeah, but that's not just Biden saying that. It's many
who else is saying that?
It's a known fact that
it's not.
Numbers
so
are not accurate when it's Hamas in charge of the numbers. Just like it's a known fact that Hamas controls which journalists that are allowed to report and which are not. And there's independent journalists.
Yeah, please stop. Please don't steamroll me. Please don't
news.
steamroll me. Who else is saying that?
Well, I've heard it many times from different commentators online. When I listen to the news, the numbers are not to be trusted.
Right. Yeah, you can say things a million times about who's the authoritative source.
Unlike the other person, I'm not discrediting that there are casualties in Gaza right now. For sure,
can you
there
name
is.
me one source because I can bring you sources from the Washington Post that talks about the credibility and the accuracy of the numbers coming out from Gaza. I can show you the Washington Post. I can show you the United States government. I can show you all these sources that talk about the credibility of these of this organization. So I'm curious as to where you're looking at.
I wonder why Biden would say that comment then.
Right, because Biden lies the same way he lied about seeing babies.
Well, again, no, he see what you guys do? There were absolutely 40 babies who were murdered. They just weren't all beheaded. So his comment was specific about them all beheaded. But I'm so sorry they weren't all beheaded. But they certainly were all murdered.
I think when you're representing okay, yeah, sure. When you're representing a nation, I think you should specifically say things accurately and not lie about them. He didn't see anything.
I'm not a fan of him.
I'm not done speaking. I don't think I was done speaking. Right. So I wasn't done speaking. Sorry, I said that again. Yeah, so Biden lied, and it's been proven he lied. The CNN reporter who first reported on it lied. She went ahead and apologized. The White House had to backtrack it. The IDF initially also backtracked it. So I'm not going to take him.
But forget about the beheading. Do you not believe that 40 babies were murdered regardless of what Biden
That's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. I don't believe that, but we're not talking about that.
You don't believe that 40 babies were murdered?
We're not talking about that. We're talking about him as an authoritative source.
You're the liar.
We're talking about him as an authoritative source, so if you want to go down this rabbit hole, we can. But like I said, Biden has lied before, and he will lie again.
He's not a liar, but he's not all there, for sure.
Oh, so
that's okay. I'm the first person to say that. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. It means
is he fit to run, or is he's fit to run?
He's not fit to run. He's not.
Right, so he's also not fit to make determinative statements.
But
he's also not fit to make determinative statements. He's also not fit to make determinative statements on the Ministry of Health and the beheaded babies.
Okay, so we can go back and forth all day. Whether it's 5,000 or 10,000, yes, Palestinian casualties are dying. Okay, but this was all brought up.
Parker, I'm going to have to drop.
Okay, that's fine. And someone else can take over. I just want to make sure this.
Relax. Hold on. Can we let Echo say something real quick?
Yeah, Celine.
Yeah, I'm going to drop. If you can please rise Celine instead of me. Danielle, please, I pray to God Almighty that you actually put more into this, because I don't understand where you're getting any of this from.
And I don't understand where you want to go. It doesn't seem like you want to go forward.
Thank you, Echo, for holding it down.
I'm ready to go too, but I don't want to leave without a strong voice for Israel.
And Librarian, thank you for moderating. Girl, just go. Oh my God, shut up. Bye-bye.
Oh my God, shut up. Oh my God, girl, go.
Bye, Echo. Thank you so much, Echo, for holding it down. I'm sorry. I genuinely, Parker and Athena, I'm genuinely so sorry about earlier. I texted.
No, you're
everyone.
good. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're definitely not obligated. We're
I
glad
know,
that you could come.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just wanted to just attack the authority that she was using, right? So like I said, the Ministry of Health has been used in government documents before. It's been used as a authoritative source multiple times in the past. So I'm curious why now we can't trust them, but in the past we were able to.
Again, whether it's 5,000 or 10,000, where do you want to go from here? We have to spend hours on this point
Because I'm sorry, because I can tell you why.
Of what Israelis are going through. It's only you guys. Only you guys.
Well, because I think the numbers are pertinent. You can't acknowledge because you denied numbers. You can't acknowledge. I'm not done speaking.
Of any side.
Please stop steamrolling. Please stop steamrolling.
No, steamrolling. We are always the ones ganged up on in these lives. There's no one who has humanity for us. You guys are always
wait. It's a 2v2.
You know, it's exhausting. But
I mean, David is also here and he's not talking, so that's between you and David.
Yeah, I'm here. I just haven't had a chance to talk.
You can jump in the way I jumped in.
Yeah, go ahead, David.
Okay, yeah. So I am here. I mean, in my personal opinion, the way that this whole situation's going is not the way that I would want it to go. War isn't the answer to anything, and the fact that we're just sitting here finding ways to justify justify the reasons why civilians are dying is just absurd, in my personal view. That they have hospitals for yeah, it's like I just don't.
You cut out, honey.
Yeah, my AirPod fell out. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's just kind of where I was. The way that the debate keeps shifting, even with the last group of people that were in here, towards the same topic. Why the justification of civilian casualties?
Mm-hmm.
That's all that we're pretty much talking about.
I completely agree, and I know Hibba and myself have both actually come out and said that we are not okay with civilian casualties, and that's actually why we sit here and we condemn Israel for what they're doing. We have condemned all forms of attacks against civilians. However, Israel does not receive the same condemnations from Danielle and the United States and countless other EU countries. It is our duty to call Israel what it is, which is a settler colonial apartheid state that is continuing to occupy a native group of people. The reality is, and I was here a little bit before when you guys were talking about the right to defend yourself. Now, this does not apply in Israel's situation.
I'm going to go. I personally many times.
Don't interrupt me. Do not interrupt me.
No,
you don't have to announce you're going to go. Just
I don't
go.
hear it again. I've heard it many times in other lives.
And I have.
Wait, Danielle, can you please let her finish?
So many times casualties on both sides. And
you understand that? Wait, Danielle, you understand this is a different platform. Let her
No, I don't want to hear it again. I've heard it before. She can say it to you guys.
Well, you can then turn off your headphones and I'll give you a thumbs up when she's done.
Condemned, and it doesn't matter how many
Daniela, I'll give you a thumbs up when she's done if you'd like to turn off your headset or turn off your volume.
Fine, I'll do that. That's a great idea.
Like, babe, that's crazy. Okay, this is the thing. I have never spoken to her. I honestly don't know who she is. The thing is, she is coming in here and she is telling, us things about, morality and things like that. I really want to finish what my statement was. Because you guys were talking about Israel's right to, or not you guys, but, whoever was up here at that time. We're talking about Israel's right to defend itself. And Ronnie and Echo brought up great points and they talked about it. But I really want to reiterate what they were saying because I think the message wasn't there. When we're talking about the occupied people, it's very important to recognize that these people are occupied. It's very important to recognize that under international law and under the Geneva Convention, Palestinian people are occupied, right? And under the same, idea that these people are occupied, they have the right to defend themselves. To say that Israel has the right to defend itself while it is actually occupying these people is absurd. They don't have the right to do that. The only thing they have the right to do is to pull out, stop occupying these people, and stop engaging in apartheid laws. Once they do that, and if something happens, then they can be like, oh, we are defending ourselves. But they are not doing that. They are occupying a group of people, and they do not have the right to do that.
Okay, Celine, sorry, I'm not really too familiarized on the whole matter, but do the Israeli people have the right to be there in that land, or is your opinion that they should move away and that whole land
should belong to the
Is she done?
Palestinian people.
Yeah, so David, definitely. So I don't know if you know this, but we have never advocated for the Jewish people to leave. When we say free
Right.
Palestine, we are advocating freedom from the river to the sea for all the people that live there. I don't know if you know this also. In 1939, I believe.
I'll answer in a meaner way when she's done.
Yeah, in 1939, we actually advocated for a unitary state, right? We advocated for an area and a land where we understood that there was immigration coming into the land, but we didn't understand why that immigration should mean that we should lose our rights to become sovereign, number one, but number two, our rights to, exist on our land, because as we all know, the Zionist movement was very clear on kicking us out, and it did, right? So my issue with you asking me that question is that you aren't recognizing the fact that Israel did that to us, right? We never did that to Israelis. We never did that to Jewish people, right? Even Ben Gurion said himself that politically we are the aggressors and they defend themselves, right? We never, and he even actually mentioned, sure, there was apartheid, sure, there was anti-Semitism, Auschwitz, and the Holocaust, but what did that have to do with them? He mentioned, he read us of all of the things that were wrong in terms of what the Jewish people were going through, and he made it clear that we were not the people that were oppressing them. So for me, it gets kind of hypocritical when I'm asked that question as a Palestinian who was kicked out of their home, whose grandfather was never given the right to be buried in his land, right? We are very clear with what we want. And Israel is very much the aggressor, just as Ben Gurion said himself.
Right. But I mean, this doesn't have anything to do with the people. I can't sit here and say that the Palestinian people shot rockets at Israel. No, because they didn't. That was not the Palestinian people who did that. So they're not at fault in the situation. The problem is other militant groups, which could be comparable to cartels in other major countries. Because that's pretty much the same thing. They have a sense of power in that country, and they are doing what they want without any action. And the way Israel responded, for instance, isn't right, because they just kind of did more damage to Hamas. And now who's at fault? And like, in my opinion, it'd be like me getting punched in the face at school, and then me punching the kid back, and then we're both in trouble at that point, instead of me going and talking to the principal or the teacher. And that's just the way I view it.
So David, I'd love to respond to that. I think Danielle wanted to say her goodbye speech, so I just want to be fair. So if she wants to go ahead and jump in.
Okay.
I'd love to respond to that after.
I would also. After
Daniela.
Oh, yes. Hi. No, Dave, I think, David's doing great. I think he's going to come with maybe a more calmer approach, because it's really hard to feel like no matter what you say in any of these lives, it's discredited, it's dismissed, and then the lies come that I and many other, Israeli supporters don't condemn violence, don't condemn casualties and loss of life. I feel like I've said it so many times, and I'll say it again now. Any loss of life, any innocent child's lost life, any innocent civilian's lost life is a tragedy. And I wish we were not in this situation. I do wish for peace. I do believe the Palestinians have a right to have a peaceful coexistence, but they have to want it. And from what I've seen with the Free Palestine movements, and the hate that has gone up exponentially in anti-Semitic acts, mostly coming from the left, I don't see that that's something that they truly want. I think they vilified Israelis so much that living in peaceful coexistence does not seem possible. And I hope I'm wrong on that. And that's why my solution is to get other Arab countries who have made peace with Israel, who see that it's a good thing, to get them involved and get them monitoring Gaza. Get them, I'm sure the Israelis would not want to be in Gaza right now, but now there's no choice because of Hamas. Once Hamas is eliminated, I hope it becomes like Dubai. I hope they have a beautiful port. I hope they have thriving economy. Everything that Israel has, they should have too. Just don't kill us. Thank you for letting me be here, and I appreciate you trying to make this balance. Please make sure the panel is balanced. It should not always feel like a gang up.
I
All right. Salam
Go
and
ahead.
shalom.
Hiba, I'll let you respond to David, sorry, and I definitely want to respond to what Daniela just said. So I know
Absolutely, go
she's
for it.
leaving. I'll definitely.
You can go ahead first. You can go ahead first.
Okay, I really want to just point out like all of the things that she said and how disgusting they were. Right? It's weird to me when somebody says they are against violence and simultaneously supporting that same group that is perpetuating the violence. Right? You can't tell me I'm who should I use as an example?
I have an example.
Okay.
It's like the Ukrainian. It's like saying that the Ukrainian people don't want peace.
Right. Exactly. No, like for me, it's when we're pretending that we're against violence. It's like being someone who, let's say, was in Nazi Germany, right? And then you don't acknowledge what the Germans are doing, and you just sit there and be like, well, like I'm against all the violence, but like Germany wasn't doing anything wrong. Germany's just Germany. Come on, that's what it sounds like when you come in and say things like that. We're not here for you to tell us. Like I sure hope you're not a genocidal maniac, but from what you're supporting, you sound like a genocidal maniac, right? She also said, I really wish that the Arabs would come in and maybe they could help them out because the stupid Palestinians are so stupid. Girl, please, like we don't need the Arabs. That's like telling the people in apartheid South Africa, like maybe the other African countries can help you out because, like, what do you mean? There is a whole entire apartheid state being instilled on these people.
No. 1 second.
Let her finish.
Define apartheid. And
Let
the one rule
her
is
finish.
going to
Let her finish. I'll play the definition game
let her
with you
finish
after,
real
but
quick.
let her finish.
Okay.
The Palestinians have been instilled with, have been pushed upon them has been apartheid laws, settler colonization, and more than everything is an occupation that refused to allow them to thrive, right? So for her to come in and be like, oh well, they can't do it. Well, why can't they do it, right? You have direct quotes from Israeli prime ministers throughout history stating that they don't want them to be able to do it. They say that they don't want to live in peace with the Palestinian people because for them they want more land. So why are we sitting here and teetering around the bush that Israel does not want peace? Go ahead, Tiba.
Okay. Let me just.
1 second. I will do it. I was waiting. I was waiting.
Palestinian and Israeli. Why should it be two Palestinians, one after another?
That's fine. I was waiting.
Yeah. Let's let her go.
Because we were both responding to two different people. She wanted to respond to David, and I wanted to
respond to Daniela.
Okay, whatever.
So I wanted to look at sorry, I'm almost done, and then we can play the definition game, okay? So I looked at the ADL who is purporting this rise of anti-Semitism that she's been talking about. Did you guys know that calling someone a fucking Zionist, saying free Palestine, saying save Gaza, no more wars for Israel, and saying from the river to the sea is all contributed as anti-Semitism. Now, I'm not going to refute that there's been anti-Semitism globally, because there has been, but when you consider acts like these anti-Semitic, of course they're all going to rise globally. So I just wanted to make that point, but go ahead, Proud Zionist.
Okay, first of all, the claim was on apartheid is absolute rubbish. And it's an Arab judge put an Israeli prime minister to prison. So it was an apartheid. Then this won't happen. That doesn't happen in apartheid. As we go, Palestinians, yes, they don't have the same rights as an Israeli in Israel. Because if you're apartheid means same nationality, just different ethnicity get treated differently. No, that's not true. If you're Palestinian Israeli, you have the same rights as any other Israeli. Anyone says it's wrong, give me the law that they don't have the same rights. The claims. Okay, whenever they make the next claim, this is the main thing I want to touch on.
Okay. Hiba, do you want to read the definition?
Yes. So this is from the I'm just proving this is from the International Convention of the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid. So this is from the UN website. You can see UN.org right there. So the definition of apartheid goes right here. And it talks about, the crime of apartheid, which shall include similar policies and practices of Southern Africa, but it says denial to a member or members of a racial group or the groups of the right to life and liberty by a person, by murders of members of a racial group or groups, by the infliction. Sorry, 1 sec. I can't. 1 sec. I'm so sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. I was gonna say in the meantime, David. We were gonna get someone on who has like a stronger opinion on the matter. Is there anything else you'd like to say real quick before I do get the next person on here real quick?
No, that's it, and peace to everybody.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, bye.
All right.
I recommend someone to come. He said he tried coming on, but he didn't manage. He left. I can call him back if that's okay.
Who was it?
I'll tell him to come request. It'll be 1 minute.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
We had someone fixing the TV, but I'm back now. So yeah, it says denial to a member or members of a racial group or right to life and liberty by murder of members, by the infliction upon the members of a racial group or group serious bodily or mentally harm, by the infringement of their freedom or dignity, by subjecting them to torture, cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, arbitrary arrest, illegal imprisonment, deliberate imposition of the racial group or groups of living conditions calculated to cause its or their physical destruction in whole or in part, legislative measures and other measures calculated to prevent a racial group or groups from participation in the political, social, economic, and cultural life of the country, denying the right to work, basic human rights freedoms, the right to form recognized trade unions, the right to education, the right to leave and to return to their country, the right to a nationality, the right to freedom of movement and residence, the right to freedom of opinion and expression, and the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and association. Any measures, including legislative measures designed to divide the population along racial lines by the creation of separate reserves and ghettos for the members of a racial group or groups, prohibition of mixed marriages among members of various racial groups, expropriation of landed property belonging to a racial group or groups of members thereof, exploitation of the labor, persecution of organizations and persons, depriving them of fundamental rights, freedoms because they oppose apartheid. And I can go through every single one of these and prove how Israel is an apartheid. Yes, I can definitely.
So how does this fit in apartheid?
Proud to just wait because I wanted to add on to what Hiba was saying. So after Hiba has read you has read you the actual definition of what apartheid is and how it's implemented, and you can't see how it is, I can give you examples, okay? And we can actually, I'm going to take things that were instilled in apartheid South Africa, and I'm going to compare them directly with the Palestinian people, how it's instilled there. And I'm just going to go with two for now. The very big one for me, because I'm a Palestinian whose family is from Nazareth, and we were considered something called present absentees. Now, if you can't see how that alone is something that is degrading, right? Because we were there, and they decided to label us something present absentees. Okay, under the present absentee law, you were allowed to seize homes of Palestinians who were now living in Israeli lands because they were not inside their home. So this is directly comparable. So the present absentee law, Google it, is directly comparable to the Group Areas Act of 1950 in apartheid.
Give me the law. I want to search it up right now.
Yeah,
give me the law.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just getting my phone. Excuse my other phone. 1 second.
My speaking, because I'm pretty sure I said it twice. Yeah. I repeated it. Present absentee.
Yeah. How do you spell it? And just wait, my spelling is not that good.
Present absentee.
Present present.
Yeah.
And then absentee absentee. And then I don't know if you need law law.
Yeah, that's fine.
I thought I was ESL. Okay, so yeah, the present absentee law. Okay, and you can compare it directly to the Grouped Area Act law of apartheid South Africa in 1950. Now, that's just one, and that's one that's still implemented today because we're still not given the right to reclaim our homes, despite the fact we have deeds, despite the fact we have proof that we lived in those homes. You know, all that. Just leave it. I'm going to read you something. This was called the Native Law Amendment Act of 1952, and it was a tightened passed law that to say that blacks could not stay in urban areas longer than 72 hours without a permit. Who does that remind you of? Dear Lord, the West Bankers, and number one, and them, and also the people in Gaza, right? That is a very clear one, right? The fact that you guys cannot recognize these things. So I've given you examples I've just given these two examples. I can give very many more, but I've given these two just to show you how Israeli Palestinians are given, are treated through apartheid laws, and how also the Palestinians are treated.
I just read the law right now. I just read the law. It said, this is the law. If someone fled the war, you didn't mention that, but you didn't want to.
You didn't read the law. I said
fled or expelled from the homes in mandatory Palestine during 1947 and 1948. It's the people that fled the war between 1947 and 1948. That's what it says there.
Pro, are you being intellectually dishonest right now? I said
I just read it now.
Hang on, there's two laws, Pro. There's two laws, absentee law and the present absentee law. The people who remained were their homes were taken under the present absentee law. The people who left were taken under the absentee law. It's two different laws. Hang on, I'm not going to argue. Hang on, I'm not going to argue with you on this one. We have fact checkers here that can check it on their own.
Okay, I'm checking now.
No, because you're lying.
Present absolute law. Arabs immediately displaced or fled or were expelled from their homes in mandatory Palestine during the 1947 and 1949 Palestinian War.
Yeah. The present
So if they
absentee one
fled-
was if you fled from your homes and you remained inside of Israel. So let me read it to you. This
Okay,
explains
well, that's
why the
okay, if
law
you
called the
fled,
present
you fled
absentee
your
law.
house during war.
Hang on,
You might
hang
not
on,
like
hang on.
it. You might not like the law of Israel, but that's the law. It's nothing to do with Palestine. It's nothing to do with apartheid.
Bro,
Now,
are
how
you
does that fit the
listening?
word
Are you
apartheid?
listening to yourself?
Yes.
Okay, so okay, hang on, guys. Please Google it, and you can go just and please my fact
I have
checkers.
it pulled up. I have it pulled up.
Yeah, the first you can read it. You're being intellectually dishonest and you're misleading a group of people because I've made a distinction between the two laws. There's a present absentee law and the absentee law. My family were affected by both, but I talked about the one which is the present absentee law. I'm going to read it to you. Present absentees are the Arabs of internally displaced persons, IDPs, who fled or were expelled from their homes in mandatory Palestine, but remained within the area and became in the state of Israel. You forgot to read that part. I just realized we're reading the same thing, Pro. Don't be intellectually dishonest.
Okay, but they fled the house. That's the main part. It said if they fled the house in between 1947 and 1949, which you missed out before.
Okay, so even if they did say
that's
that,
the law.
even if they did say that, why is that? How is that? How do you justify that under like property rights, right? So if they left the house,
How do you justify it because of blah blah blah? That's a different thing. But how does that fit apartheid?
Bro, I'm not going to argue.
That fits the same thing with Israeli, with an Arab and Israeli.
Bro, I'm not going to argue with you on this because you are being intellectually dishonest. Because I made that very clear. If you run, okay, so I talked about it earlier. I talk about it on every single live. During the war, if you remained inside of Israel, but you were not inside your home, they said that they could take your home, despite the fact you are an Israeli citizen now, right?
They weren't actually Israeli citizens at that point.
They were present.
So speaking of being intellectually dishonest, you're inferring things that didn't happen yet.
So wait, they're not. They're allowed to take their homes despite the fact they remained inside the land. Is what you're telling me?
They were not Israeli citizens at that point. So this whole accusation of apartheid is meaningless.
Hang on, Ryan, where do you live?
I live in Canada.
You live in Canada. Okay, where in
Yes.
Canada? Okay, let's say you live in I don't know. Let's say you live in Toronto and you decide to flee and you run to Ottawa. Okay, you don't decide to flee. Sorry, you just decide to walk there just for funsies. You come back. Somebody's inside your home. And they say, "Oh, but you weren't inside your home."
That's not even remotely similar. So I'll give you a better example because I'm a native Canadian. No, I'll give you an actual example. I'm a native Canadian from a place called the Red River in Manitoba. My people are the Métis. So we fought a rebellion against the Canadian government. Only we weren't technically part of Canada when we did that. So they kicked us out of our homes and exiled us to Northern Alberta. So that's where I live now, is Northern Alberta. But the difference would be that there was an actual war. You're trying to conflate things here. See, the thing is,
Ryan,
some of the Palestinians fled. Some of the Palestinians were expelled. We know that. That's a matter of fact. Nobody here is going to argue against that. What I would argue against is you trying to claim that because they were Israeli citizens, that they were governed under different laws. They were not Israeli citizens at that point.
no one was an Israeli citizen at that point, so they were.
Reading out an article.
Yeah, so exactly. So how is it apartheid?
Okay, it's apartheid because they were.
No.
Can I please stop?
Ryan, I'm just reading an article
Can I
about it.
finish?
It's absolute
Hold on.
It's only on people that the houses were empty. If someone was in the house, they couldn't take it over.
Yeah,
It's
we
only if
know.
the house was
That's
empty.
exactly what I'm explaining
Okay,
to you.
you made it
Wait, hold on.
Is if house
One
is full,
second, one
and it
second,
could be
one
kicked out.
second,
That's not
one
true.
second. Too much over talking. Hiba was talking, and then you can respond.
Thank you.
Please.
Yes. So no one's denying what you're saying, Pod Zionist. What they're saying is basically if you're not at the home, if you are around the town, if you went to go get your nails done, LOL, because Palestinians can do that freely, right? If you went to go get groceries, if you went to go visit your mother who is sick and ill, right? And you are not home at the time that Israel forces decide to come, they can seize your home. That doesn't mean it doesn't
literally not
talk
what
anything.
happened.
I'm not done talking, I don't think. Right?
Yeah, I know, but you're just making things up
I'm not
now.
done talking. And also, you said that it was not Israeli citizens. Nobody was Israeli citizens, but they were deliberately targeting Palestinians. And then, in turn, the people who took over those homes were granted Israeli citizenship. So I'm confused as to why you don't think this is apartheid. Regardless,
hang on.
I have 67. I'm almost done. I'm almost
Let her
done.
finish
I
real quick,
promise you.
and then we'll make sure you have.
I'm almost done.
Can we kind of
I'm
limit
literally
the 15
almost done.
point thing?
I'm almost done.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I
then.
have 67 laws. I can sit down with you and read to you. I can't read Hebrew, but I can read to you to them in English how they are disproportionately affecting Palestinian citizens of Israel, right? So when Celine is done with this point, I'd be more than happy to walk you through all the laws that constitute apartheid.
Absolutely. We'll go through them. But, okay, can I respond to her points now?
You go.
Okay. So first off, you brought up that if they were just to go get their nails done, okay, that's a nonsensical statement. We know what was going on in 1947 and 1948. It was literally the Israeli War of Independence, or what you like to call the Nakba.
Settler colonization,
okay? So when they were leaving their houses, it wasn't to go get their nails done. They were either told by their leaders to leave, or they were forced out of their homes, or they ran away. There was a lot of different reasons they left their homes, but it wasn't to go get their nails done. Is she going to just keep trying to talk over me? Is that cool?
No, because you're lying.
Yeah, hold on. Let's let him finish, and then we can call it out right after.
True. And if I'm going to get chastised every time that I supposedly try to interrupt you, then I expect some moderation.
You can't
now,
I've just done that. Stop crying.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Because here's the thing. I've sat here for over an hour and a half and listened to some absolute nonsense. I had to listen to you guys claim that there was no proof about the Hamas tunnel network. But there's scads of proof about the Hamas tunnel network. Hamas brags about it. So
are you talking about another point now?
There's no tunnel network is ridiculous. And yeah, I've got a whole bunch of sources, but I guarantee you're going to say, oh, the Guardian is Zionist, when everybody who follows this situation knows the Guardian is not pro-Israel. But the Guardian wrote about it. And then somebody said there's no proof about any of the horrible things that Hamas did on October 7th. That Echo guy kept trying to repeat that.
You're miscategorizing our arguments.
No, I'm not. I've been here for an hour and 45 minutes.
You are, and I was up here when Echo said. Echo said that there is no proof of hospitals.
Can I finish?
Hold up. Let's let him finish real quick, and then so that we can maintain the
I'm sorry.
non-cutting off.
Thank you. So the person that was on here just ahead of you, his name is Echo. And I had to sit here and listen to him for over an hour denying that Hamas did any of those atrocities. And I posted links in the chat for a website where they have actually started to put some of these things up. The Hamas body cams, the stuff that Hamas was putting on.
I'm just letting you know, you can't click on links. You'd have to tell us the titles of them.
Yeah, so I can tell you them, but I actually wrote them there so people could put it in themselves. It's www.hamas/massacre.net. Anybody can go and take a look, right? And why did they have to put that stuff up in public? Because people were denying that it happened.
Is this a Gore website?
That's for the first part, all right? For the second part, when you guys say that there's 67 laws that disproportionately affect Palestinians, there's a reason for that, right? Palestinians are not Israeli citizens. Palestinians are Palestinian. They live in the Palestinian Authority. They're governed by the PA and the PLO. Okay, they're not governed by Israel. Now, Israel controls their external borders, but everything internal is governed by the PLO, and in Gaza, it was governed by Hamas. So, yeah, it's not apartheid. And to keep making those accusations is ridiculous. Right. Now, the next thing, sorry, I'm just going to go and address some of these things point by point. For some reason, there seems to be this idea that we're not allowed to acknowledge that bad things have happened on both sides. Our side is literally, if we do something wrong, we just say, yeah, there was a mistake made. Stuff happens, right? But I've sat and listened. You guys refuse to acknowledge that there is a lot of culpability here right now on the Palestinian side, that there has been constant terror attacks for the last 5 years. Constant. You won't acknowledge that the Palestinian Authority pays people who conduct terrorism. It's called the Martyrs Fund. You can Google it. We call it pay to slay. They call it the Martyrs Fund.
Basically, just for information, it's 1 million shekel for each terrorist.
At one point, can I,
1 million shekel.
Wait, we're going to address all your
Actually,
points.
yeah, you know what? I'll cut it off there so that you can have a chance to respond.
Okay. One, I'd like to, Celine, you can go after me, but one, we didn't talk about, so Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza are completely facing an apartheid, one. But two, I was specifically talking about Palestinian citizens of Israel. So you call them Arab Israelis to, partake in this thing called ethnic cleansing. I don't. I call them Palestinian citizens of Israel. So the Palestinians who are living within Israel borders, who have the Israeli passport, that's who I was talking about. So yes, the 67 laws do definitely apply to them, one. Two, when this website is dead, this Hamas/massacre.com is dead. You can't find anything of it. So I'm curious as to how you were able to go on it. It says it couldn't find the server.
I'm literally looking at it right now. www.hamas and then it's a dash
Yeah.
massacre.net. And I'm looking at it right now.
And like I said, I have it typed out. Safari couldn't find the server. Safari can't open because they can't find the server, right? So I have it pulled out right now, right in front of me, and it's not available. One. Second, that was my second thing. Third thing, you said something about miscategorizing Echo's arguments. Those weren't Echo's arguments. Echo's arguments were the fact that he couldn't find tunnels underneath hospitals. And we were disputing the beheaded babies claim. We weren't disputing anything else. So maybe listen with your listening ears instead of miscategorizing his whole argument.
Okay, so let me.
Right, so go ahead. No.
Hold on. Let her finish.
It's Celine's turn.
Let her finish.
It's Celine's turn.
Thank you.
No.
Yeah, so he brought
No, I was really meant to be after Ryan. You took over, so now it's my turn.
No, it's not. Please.
We should have one Israeli, one Palestinian.
Wait, didn't you talk right after? I do remember you talking.
No,
so shouldn't it go one pro-Israel, one pro-Palestinian, one pro-Israel?
I didn't speak. I didn't speak.
Hang on, Ryan.
Proud Zionist did go.
We can do this. We can. Sorry.
Proud Zionist did go, and then.
No, I didn't. I just added a comment that I get paid $1 million. That's all I said.
Yeah, we can do this when we're addressing one point. We're not addressing one point at a time right now. We're not addressing one point. If you want to pick one point to go down, we can do this. We can go take turns like adults.
I just don't understand why
but right now we're not.
One Israeli, then two Palestinians.
You didn't have an issue when you were stockpiling on Ryan's argument, but now you do when Celine wants to go after me.
No,
be consistent. Let Celine go.
It literally makes more sense to have a pro-Palestinian than a pro-Israeli.
Okay.
Address all of your points because she wanted to leave space for me.
I didn't address everything. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Celine.
Like what?
I just don't see a point of it having two Palestinians.
Okay, then cry about it in the comments.
Okay, so no. You literally said something right after.
I just added a comment to his thing in the middle.
I understand you did, but there was multiple people, so I don't understand why you wouldn't just acknowledge the fact that you could just say something right after. It doesn't matter the order, whether or not it's one Israeli first, right? Then the fourth instead of being 1, 2, and then 1, 2. It's still gonna end up being some people. You're still gonna have your space to be able to speak, right?
Yeah, but then you forget half the stuff they said. That's why. That's what.
Yeah, exactly. Like the reason that I let them.
Wouldn't they forget half the stuff you said because you guys also did that?
Yeah, how about we do this?
How about we do this? One claim. Is that fine?
No.
And we'll do that. We'll do that after we let Celine talk, and then we let Proud Zionist talk. Okay. We'll do one claim.
But also, what helps me,
we'll do one at a time. We'll do one Israeli, one Palestinian, one Israeli, one Palestinian.
Hold on, 1 second, Proud Zionist. What helps me, and also sometimes Parker, debate, is writing it down.
Yeah.
So if you have points that you wanna address, you can take a pen and paper, or if you have a second device, try to write it down, and then you can address it all.
Yeah, it will let you keep track to all of it because honestly speaking, we can try. Hold up, before we do. Honestly speaking, we can try to do one at a time, but we're gonna ultimately speaking divulge into doing multiple at a time anyway. So being able to write down is effective, but also going over 10, 15 at a time might be too much. So we need to have somewhat in between, not too many, but then
that's why I cut off so
and writing down.
I'm gonna address 2 points.
But we shouldn't cut off in doing that. That's because then it justifies both sides cutting off, and then we just don't have an effective conversation.
Okay.
That's why I literally stopped talking so she could respond. I had more to say, but I was going to let her respond.
Yeah, but Ryan, you were addressing things from when we weren't even up here, when you weren't even up here, which is fine.
Okay, go on.
I'm gonna address 2 things.
I'll reply to you.
It's okay. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to say I'm going to address 2 things that he made. The first one, I'm going to go back to him trying to lie about what happened to the Palestinian people in regards to the present absentee law. And number 2, about the pay to slay, as he called it. So the first one, I'm not going to allow you to sit here and lie about what happened to the Palestinian people in 1948, especially the ones who remained inside the land and fled internally, right? These people were now said to be part of the state of Israel. So therefore, their home should not have been taken. Number 2, he made the claim that these people did not leave because of the war, but because of the fact that the Arab countries told them to leave. Now,
That's not what I said.
Please.
Whoa. Hold on, let's let her finish, and then
let her finish.
Let her finish. Come on, wait. You got mad at her doing the same thing that you just did.
Here's the problem. She's saying that I said something I didn't say.
Okay, so
and she thought you did the same thing.
Ryan, why did they leave?
I told you
internally.
I literally said there were 3 reasons that they left. 1, they were fleeing the war, right? 2, some of their leaders told them to leave, and 3, some of them were expelled.
Those are the two things that I said already. But anyways, I want to point him to what Benny Morris said himself. So Israeli historians, countless Israeli historians, including Ben Gurion, the list goes on. You can go ahead and read from Benny Morris where he says that we needed to expel 700,000 Palestinians in order to create the state of Israel. We needed to, they needed to expel them, right? You can look at the operations of which my family members were expelled, Operation Hametz. These were operations where Israeli militia groups came into the regions and villages and expelled them. Over 500 Palestinian villages were already depopulated prior to any kind of boots being stepped foot onto the ground. So for him to try to set this kind of lie about why the Palestinians were leaving and trying to justify it, let's say the Arab leaders told them to leave. These people remained inside the land. All they did was flee immediate harm and danger. My family fled immediate harm and danger. So they had the right to return to their home. And they tried to return to their home. But because they were not Jewish, they did not have that right. That home was sieged and given to a Jewish family instead. Or, in my family's case, it was turned into a park. Right? This is the thing. You cannot be intellectually dishonest on things like this because it's very clear, right? For him, I really want to talk a lot, but I'm just going to go on to the pay to slay argument because I don't want to talk too much. But just know your argument is flawed. The pay to slay argument that he made. Now, this is very common. It's I haven't been seeing it as often now, but he just brought it up. This is not what that thing is. It's actually considered a social welfare net for family members whose main breadwinner were either unalived or taken into Israeli prisons, right? So there are countless reasons why the government can subsidize you for being unalived. So in one case was during the Second Intifada, where a Palestinian man unalived a Israeli soldier. Okay. Israeli soldier, legitimate target. He was imprisoned. Now, this son was the main breadwinner. He was 32 years old. He was the main breadwinner for his family. His mother, his older mother, she was old. So they gave his mother, in order to be able to continue to live, now that her main breadwinner is imprisoned and will be imprisoned for the rest of his life, they gave her a payment in order to be able to continue to survive based off of what his previous salary was, right? It's kind of like a social welfare. But I really want to point you guys to another thing.
Okay, no. Hang on. You got to make your 2 points.
I'm not done making my point.
Can I go?
The next point.
I already have 5 points.
Let's let her make her last point, and then we can move on. I think 3 points
is him bringing it up. And making it clear, right? This subsidized safety net was not just for people who unalived. It's also for people who have just died or have been imprisoned. Or
so Parker,
please don't interrupt me.
She's literally lying. Would you like me to read the definition?
People who have been imprisoned.
You will be able to. You will be able to right after.
Don't you worry, Ryan. I have
flat out lying.
I didn't interrupt you. Actually, I did, but I stopped after I was told to stop. I stopped. I have ADHD. I have an excuse, but I stopped. Okay, listen. I'm not done making my point. That was not the only reason why there was, there was other reasons. If they were just in prison, like people like Ahad Tamimi's family, who countless members of her family have just been imprisoned for the sake of being imprisoned. And we have statistics about why these people get imprisoned, and the majority of them is for basic traffic laws as they take them, without giving them an actual reason. Most of the Palestinians who are detained without reason. So these people are also considered safe under this safety net. But I wanted to point you guys to the prisons of Zion and family martyrs. So this is an actual
oh my goodness.
Please go ahead and look into what Prisoners of Zion is. This is exactly the thing that Israel does for their people, but he seems to be hypocritical and doesn't mind it.
Can I speak now? Okay, good.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
You made a few claims. One is this the law? I forgot already the law's name. That's defined as apartheid, and as you forgot to say in the beginning, till I had to search it up completely. The law is people that were left the house empty because everyone had houses, had the right to take over the land. They take over the house if it's empty, if no one lived there. Not if someone just went to pick up the makeup. That's rubbish, absolute rubbish. If the house was empty, they probably had a time, a few months or a few weeks. I don't know what the time was. It wasn't just for a few minutes if it was empty. Anyways, the right to return. You don't have the right. Every country has their laws for the right to return. If you're not an Israeli citizen, or Jewish, because that's the right to return for Israel, then you can't come back. That's the law Israel made. Israel has the right to make any law they want. If the Israel was majority Muslim and they want to let them back, okay, let them back. If the Palestinians make a Palestinian state, yes, let back all the Palestinians into your state when you make your state, hopefully one day. But you guys don't make a state. You don't have a state, so you don't have the right to return to your own country. You think any Jews will have a right to return to Gaza, who used to live in Gaza, and the people that used to live in the West Bank? You think they have the right to return? No, they don't have the right to return. And then the Second Intifada wasn't just one person killing an Israeli soldier. Second Intifada was people coming into pizza shops, people coming into civilian areas and blowing themselves up. That's what the Second Intifada was. And anyways, you made a claim, a lot of people are arrested for no reason. Any person that's arrested in Israel goes through a criminal court. Not if you don't go through, they have a law that you could be arrested for a month, but that's I'm not going to go into that properly. But you're not arrested more than a month if you don't go trial to. Some Palestinians go to military court because they're not Israeli citizens, and they go to court, every single person. And what's the last point I wanted to make? This is the points that you made, so I've answered all of them. And the last point is, yes, Israel has shown plenty evidence of tunnels in underneath medical facilities. They showed a video the other day of tunnels going through a amusement park for little kids. They showed a video the other day of rockets being launched from a mosque. They showed a video of rockets being launched from the same amusement park. They showed Hamas has released a video of them shooting rockets from near a neighborhood thing, which under international law, once something's used used for military, it's considered a military place. So if anywhere Hamas uses it as a base, Israel has 100% right to bomb it. If it's a hospital, if it's a school, if it's anything, Israel has the right to bomb it. We're not going to bomb every place for no reason. We will try our best to minimize civilian casualties. But Israel, under international law, has the right to bomb anything it wants if they have evidence of that place being used as a military thing. Yes, Israel will not bomb a hospital. We'll try to evacuate it. Israel is surrounding right now 3 hospitals that they happen to believe Hamas is inside. And once Israel goes in, yes, they will show you the evidence of Hamas being inside. Right now, we have evidence that we can't show because of Israel has the sources that don't want Hamas to find out how we found out they're there. Yes, we won't show, but the evidence is going to come out when Israel takes over the hospital, shows you the tunnels that we have underneath the Gaza. And the last point I want to make is I don't understand why none of you on this live ever advocated Hamas protect your civilians. I never seen you ever saying Hamas please protect your civilians. Hamas is the government of Gaza. Hamas has the right has the responsibility of the Palestinian civilians. You don't go and protect your civilians. It's not Israel's responsibility to protect your civilians. And don't spend all your money on rockets to attack Israel, because it does damage, but not the amount of damage that Israel will do in response. And that's all I've got to say for now.
Just wait 1 second. I just wanted to.
So Athena wants to respond. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one more thing with regards to one thing that you said with right to return. So according to international law, the United Nations General Assembly actually did adopt a resolution called 194. And that resolution says, and I quote I'm quoting this from the United Nations website. It says here, refugees wishing to return to their homes and live at peace with their neighbors should be permitted to do so at the earliest predictable date, and that compensation should be paid for the property of those choosing not to return and for loss or damage to property which, under the principles of international law or equity, should be made good by the governments or authorities responsible.
Can I just ask something quick?
So
Is those two people, is that the law? No, just quick
this was
question.
a resolution.
Is that for laws for people that were kicked out or people that
This
left?
was a hold on.
Let's let Athena finish real quick, please.
Yeah. So this was a resolution that was adopted by the United Nations for right to return for Palestinian refugees.
Actually, it's not for Palestinian refugees. That was for all refugees.
Well, yes,
Right,
but
Palestinians are
specifically,
refugees.
yeah.
Okay, so
The Palestinians
let's move along because I still have to debunk something.
Okay, let's carry on. I'm going to look
Wait,
into
let
the
her
law right
speak,
now.
and then Ryan, you can speak right
And then you can
after.
speak.
Yeah.
Who's her? Me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. My name is pronounced Hiba, by the way. I think you had trouble pronouncing it earlier, so it's Hiba.
I apologize.
It's okay. Let's talk about the nation state law. You said that the right to return only applies to Israeli citizens. That's wrong. It only applies to Jewish people. Under the nation state law, the right of return and self-determination is unique to Jewish people. So that has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about. This is another proof, right? This is like my first claim as to why Israel is an apartheid state, because it has laws specifically granting unique rights to only Jewish people. Like I said, I'm quoting the nation state law. It was adopted in 2018 that grants the unique right of self-determination to Jewish people and Jewish people alone. If you want to talk about sorry, there are so many claims that were made. You want to talk about the festival and all of these things. Like, what is a military base? One, and throwing rockets from a certain place is not what constitutes a military base. There's been no proof that mosques, what's it called? That Hamas was throwing missiles from a mosque. Again, like I said, these claims are not accurate. Hamas also uses these tunnels for various other things. So the claim that it was under a festival does not mean, please mute yourself. The claim that Hamas was using these solely to cause terror on Israeli citizens with, a little tiny like hit is really ridiculous. And then my last point was so they can't talk for so long. I keep forgetting their points. The last point was you talking about governing and Hamas governing. Can a Palestinian from Gaza leave Gaza with only with the permit from Hamas? They can't. Can an Israeli enter Gaza only from acceptance from Hamas? They can't. Can Hamas build hospitals? Can they get permits for doing anything else? They can't. Everything that people do in Gaza has to go under Israel. They have to go through the acceptance of Israel. Everything. A Palestinian quite literally cannot take a shit without Israel giving permission to do so in Gaza. And if you want to say that Israelis were kicked out of Gaza, Israelis were kicked out of Gaza because of Israel. There's laws that are family separation laws you can point to that pinpoint specifically that Israel prohibits Israeli citizens or Jews from entering into Gaza. Not Palestinians, not Hamas, not the PLO, not the PA, not Fatah, not any of these organizations. They can barely govern, right? Because they don't have the power to govern. They can only do this because of Israel. Israel allows it or doesn't allow it. You can look at these laws specifically from the Israel government. I don't know if you've been in the West Bank before, but if you go to the West Bank, there's this big red sign that says Israeli citizens not allowed here. Enter at your own risk, as if we're fucking animals at a zoo.
Well, that would be because of the Ramallah lynching, right? Anybody here can Google that. So I'm going to respond now. So the Ramallah lynching was when two Israelis drove the wrong way, ended up in a place in Ramallah, and were literally torn limb from limb. And there are pictures all over the place of this. You can Google it. They were literally torn limb from limb. So yeah, maybe it's a bad idea for Israelis to go into some of these villages. But I'd like to go back to the Palestinian Authority Martyrs Fund, which one of you said was a social network thing. So here's what it actually says. The Palestinian Authority Martyrs Fund is a fund operated by the Palestinian Authority that pays monthly cash stipends to the families of Palestinians killed, injured, or imprisoned while carrying out politically motivated violence against Israel. The fund also makes disbursements to innocent bystanders killed during violent events and Palestinians imprisoned in Israeli jails.
How is that?
Just wait, I'm not done. Critics often call the fund pay to slay and blame the payments for encouraging terrorism. In 2007, the World Bank argued that the fund did not seem justified from a welfare or fiscal perspective. Mounting criticism of the payments... Oh, fucking cat. Sorry. My idiot cat just stepped on the thing. I'm trying to read this. The World Bank argued the fund did not seem justified, blah, blah, blah. Here it is. The mounting criticism of the payments led to the PA transferring management of the Martyrs Fund to the Palestinian Detainees and Ex-Detainees Affairs Commission. It now disburses the government funding to recipients and their families. So I think that's pretty clear.
Where did you read that from?
One of us was right.
Wait, hold on. Can I just ask? This is me and Kimberly in the bottom. Where did you read that? Were you reading that from?
If you go to Wikipedia and you go to the Palestinian Authority Martyrs Fund, then when you go to the article itself, just wait. When you go to the article itself, at the end of the first sentence, you press on the little number that gives you the footnote. Okay? So what I need you to do then, you click on the number 1 and it'll tell you exactly what the source is for the statement. So for the first part of the statement, it comes from a guy named Najib Mohammed, and it's Israel cracks down on banks over payments to Palestinian inmates from the New York Times.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, got it. Thank you.
So yeah, in response to that, I'd like to.
No, I'm definitely not finished. Okay. in response to these other things, like she keeps bringing up all of these laws, and I noticed that she likes to use the little inflammatory language, like so she'll throw in little shots here and there. Notice that I'm not
She has a
doing
name. She has a
because
name. My name is Hiba.
I'm not sure which
rude.
one because both of you guys talk all the time, so I'm not even
Yeah,
sure
it's
which
me.
one.
I'm very rude, and I'm very proud to be rude. So go ahead, continue.
Okay, cool. Well, that's good for you. So I'm going to be rude too, and I'm just going to call you that girl.
Be rude.
So there we go. And as like I was saying, so here's my
like
problem.
let's refrain from like the personal insults.
Yeah, exactly. So here's my problem with some of the things that you guys are saying, right? You make claims that are extremely general. And then when one of us asks for a specific source, you generally can't give it. So you mentioned Benny Morris said. So here's the thing. I've read every single thing ever written by Benny Morris. So you were quoting him without quoting him. So I'm going to ask you specifically where you got that quote from.
Yeah, I'll give it to you right now. No
Sure.
problem.
And while she's looking for
So
that,
while you're Googling that,
Okay, are you not done?
No, I'm not done.
I'm not
So
Googling it. I have it up right now.
Cool. All right. So what is it? Go hard.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. Just give me a minute.
Grand scheme of things. So if you want to look at the definition of Nakba, who created it, and make it known that it was known to be for an Arab failure, that we didn't fight off Zionists, you're misattributing what Nakba means now. You're misattributing that Nakba literally means what Zionists have done to the Palestinians for the last 75 plus years. So I'm just curious as to what your point is to bring this up.
So is it 75 years, or was it what happened in 1948?
I said 75 plus years. I don't know if you're not tracking.
Okay, I don't know why you're being rude. I'm just asking you because most people say it's what happened in 1948. But if you're saying if it was everything up until today,
The Nakba hasn't stopped.
okay. I was just asking. Sorry,
And I answered.
Sorry, I didn't add the word plus. Okay, so what I was going to say was that it wasn't actually a term that was utilized. It was coined in 1948, but it wasn't properly utilized for another 20 years, right? And what I was going to get at, right, when I first came up here, when I first requested, was that people said that there was no Arab leaders who explained and said for Arab populations and local Arab populations to leave. Now, there is a guy, his name is I.F. Stone. I.F. Stone is an anti-Zionist. He wrote a book in I think it came out in 1948, it might have been right after in 49. It's called This is Israel. And he became an anti-Zionist, so they never made a second edition. It's a very, very tough book to find, and if you do find it, it's going to cost you a pretty penny, but I bought it nonetheless. This guy was not an author, so there's no fluff in his books. He's a investigative journalist, and he was there with the British mandates.
Dan, for clarification, I just have a question for clarification. Are you providing a source that nobody can access to double check it?
I'm out.
Okay, well, I was gonna let him finish, but
I know, and I'm sorry, but I don't think it was.
He didn't even clarify the point. Actually, like he never even clarified the point. We were literally just asking what the point was.
Getting interrupted. You guys kept gaslighting.
I just wanted to ask. I asked a clarifying question.
I was gonna give him the space to speak there. By the way.
I was asking a clarifying question whether he was giving us a source that is very inaccessible, which would be fair and intellectually dishonest to make.
Dude, the other guy
That's
left
all.
too.
So I'm sorry.
That is
genuinely,
wild.
Parker, I am sorry, but I don't think it was fair for him to provide a source that would cost a pretty penny for us to find, right? I don't think that's.
Yeah, that is an inaccessible source. I do agree with you.
I mean, I was gonna interrupt, but I mean, both of them left. But he was a straightforward liar. Nobody coined the term Nakba. The term Nakba is a very common one, even before he mentioned 20 years. Funny enough, more than 20 years prior, the term Nakba was used when the Ottoman Empire fell and the Arabs were betrayed and their Arab state was divided and the Ottoman Empire was divided. That was another time that Nakba was used. But later on, he mentioned Constantine Pusuk and how nobody used that term for the next 20 years. Well, less than 3 years later, the Arab nationalist movement built off students who were in his classes, who read his books, who watched his lectures, literally employed that term. People like Josh Habash, who then went on to later found the PFLP. And I don't know, bro.
Yeah, and I also
I don't know, bro. If you leave,
we gave them a huge space to talk, right? And they literally just decided not to talk when it relates to that. I was literally going to enforce them to be able to continue talking, right? And at the same time, he literally didn't. regardless of the case, right? They just decided to leave. So that's their fault for that if they wanted to continue to explain that, because that was a legitimate question that was being asked, and if they can't justify their standpoint, that's going to be an issue.
Hey, I mean, if they're listening to this, they probably are. We would love to continue this. I don't know why you get pussy that.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. I was just asking a clarifying question. That's my bad. I can mute until they come back up. So, like I said, I'm sorry, genuinely. But yeah, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question, which I jumped in with. So
I think he actually unironically left in like 2 seconds, because I was going to stop it and people were like, you didn't, right? Well, I literally took like 2 seconds, but yeah, I think this is probably where we're gonna end it. Is there anything else anyone wants to like address?
yeah, honestly, I think that the only person that was able to provide sources this entire time I've been up here was Dinah, and it was inaccessible sources that would cost you a lot of money to buy. So I think that proves something when we're talking about this. I think every time me, Celine, Echo have talked, and Kimberly can, back this up, that we've been able to provide sources and resources to double down on what we were saying. So I think that when you guys look at when we're talking about Palestine, like, people are dying right now. My people, Echo's people, they're dying right now. They're under rubble. And I think that, I think that it's important to fact check these claims and to ask for sources. And when someone isn't able to provide a source, that this is very, very pertinent to the conversation. And, I just want to say, if you guys want direct, like a call to action, please write your Congress people. Please write, tell them that you're asking for a ceasefire. There was a vote to censor Rashida Tlaib, who's the only Palestinian, first and only Arab Palestinian American who's serving on Congress. They voted to censor her. There was about 22 Democrats who voted in favor of doing so. Please, if they are living in your district, please write them and show them how disappointed you are. If you are, so like I said, right now money is not being able to reach Gaza because of, the sanctions that Israel has placed on them in the blockade. So if you guys can please, they're going to need the money later. So this is obviously very important to the cause, but please spread Palestinian voices. There's genocide. There's genuinely a genocide going on to Palestinians. So please continue to spread the word. Please continue to talk about what is going on to Palestinians, highlight Palestinian voices. And I just want to say, Parker, thank you genuinely so much for giving us this platform and able to do this. And if you're going to do it again, I'd love to join. And I'd let people talk this time. I won't ask clarifying questions since I know how scared they are of those. But, so yeah, I just want to say thank you, Free Palestine. You guys can, I have a link tree in my bio that has a lot of sources, a lot of books and ways you can help. So if you guys want to check that out as well, go ahead if anybody else wants to speak.
For sure. Well, is there anything else anyone else would like to say before I end it here?
I guess that's enough.
No, honestly,
right.
Thank you for this space, but that's about it. I mean, I'm surprised they pussied out that fast, but that's okay.
Yeah, I'm just, thank you guys for,
and thank you, Athena,
for,
thank you, Athena, for organizing it as well.
No, it's okay. Like, Parker and I, we put a lot of thought into it. But thank you for your educational and emotional labor. Thank you, Matt, for fact checking as well. And thank you, Parker, for this space and also moderating and fact checking. It was heavy, but we did it and I'm proud of us. So bye, y'all.
Appreciate it. All right. We're going to get off right now. I honestly think regardless of how you respond, whoever disagrees with you is just going to say that you're being biased. I don't think that I've conducted myself here in a biased manner. But yeah, you can have your opinion. I appreciate everyone coming on. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Tomorrow I should be on at relatively my normal times, right? If you do want to support again the humanitarian fund, again all the cash apps and Venmos that I have received today, they are going to humanitarian funds within the area. Specifically, we have the Palestine Red Crescent Society, the Palestinian Children's Fund, and medical aid for Palestinians. Right, we have a bunch of different places to send money to. We've raised over $590 today so far. So again, if you do want to continue to do that, everyone, that was absolutely great. What we've done here today. So I do really appreciate everyone. But yeah, If you think that I was far from impartial, you can have your opinion on that. But whatever. I appreciate everyone coming on. Have a great night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. This guy, bro.